One, live.
Well, good morning. Call to order. Welcome to our next public meeting for the Cannabis Control Commission. Very happy to be here and joined by my fellow commissioners. Before I jump in, I'll see if either commissioner has any opening statements or comments, and I'll turn to Commissioner Delabato first.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Happy to have you. Anyone who's tuning in virtually as well. It's been an eventful and uneventful last several weeks in the sense of getting a lot of focus, a lot of work done. Really impressed with the team, as I've mentioned in prior meetings, and eager to have our conversation today. I've been very focused on the social consumption, development, implementation, and what that looks like. And I know the community will hear more about that later from Executive Director. So overall, just very happy to be here. Thank you all, and I'll turn it back to you.
Great. Commissioner Wilson.
I'll be relatively brief. So, yeah, Commissioner DeBallo hit the nail on the head. There's been a lot going on, but I'm gonna focus on last week where we all got sworn in by the governor, which was a sort of a great occasion to spend time with everybody and to see everyone's family. And to show that I was paying attention to the quiz, Governor Baker has his wife's photo in his picture so that she could be in there. The chair here is a great tour guide of the governor's office. So it's great to be part of the organization, to work with this wonderful team and work with the colleagues I have here on the board.
Thank you, Commissioner. And actually, a little public service announcement. If you have not been to our State House, they have tours that go off about every half hour, free of charge. Go on in. It is well worth the while. Our State House, in my opinion, is one of the most beautiful in the country, has so much history. So if you get a chance, give it a try. Anyway, without further ado, call to order recognizing a quorum of the commissioners. I call the July 9th, 2026 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order. This meeting is being held hybrid pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2025 is being recorded. Commissioners Delabato, Wilson, and myself are participating in today's meeting. All votes taken today will be by roll call. We do have a full agenda today, and actually I think some really good conversations that are teed up, so looking forward to that. I'll generally summarize. We will start with the opening comments, which we already had, followed by a vote on meeting minutes, then the Executive Director and Commission staff report before we proceed to staff license recommendations. There are 2 change of ownership recommendations, 1 renewal license recommendation, 3 final license recommendations, 5 provisional license recommendations, 1 enforcement action, and 1 hearing officer recommended decision. Please note, for those that looked at the agenda online, the enforcement actions listed in item 9 on the agenda will be taken out of order and addressed immediately following the Executive Director and Commission staff report. We'll then proceed to staff recommendations on changes of ownership, followed by Commission discussion and votes. Okay, there are 2 items under Commission discussion and votes. Further 2026 regulatory round discussion topics and tier relegation discussion. I'll ask that the commissioners wishing to comment or ask questions during any part of the meeting, please raise their hand to be recognized. And with that, I think we will move into minutes for approval. They have been circulated and wanted to see if there's any questions or comments from the commissioners on those meeting minutes. All right. So do we have a motion to approve the June 11th, 2026 meeting minutes?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
And in favor, so by roll call, Commissioner?
Aye.
Commissioner?
Aye.
So that was Commissioner Delabato, Commissioner Wilson, and Chair Harding, aye. So June 11th is approved. Do we have a motion for the June 17th meeting minutes?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All right, by roll call, Commissioner Delabato?
Aye.
Commissioner Wilson?
Aye.
And Chair Harding, aye. Those are so moved. All right. With that, I'm going to move it over to the Executive Director and Commission staff report.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we go to the next slide, please. Great. We are going to get into 2 specific reports today. We are looking to parse out some of these reports over numerous monthly meetings just to hit certain topics, keep the public informed, and the cadence of these will change based on the needs of the commission. So before I get into the first slide deck here, under social consumption, just a couple of updates I want to note as we sort of look ahead for future updates, because all of these topics are critically important, and yet obviously we have a lot on our plate. So HCME, which is Host Community Municipal Equity, we would envision coming as one of the executive director staff reports in August, which that would be Director of Investigations Binkowski. The sponsor, the assigned commissioner to HCME is Commissioner De Lobato. So just want to note that that one is intended for August, as well as a secret shopper program update. At that time, we're hoping that we'll be able to introduce as well new CIE, new Director of Testing Compliance for that discussion. But obviously the team has been doing a phenomenal amount of work with Secret Shopper at the end of FY26 that we'll want to update the board and the public on. One other note that I will make is that we also have, as a number of items were just noted of everything that you all are doing as commissioners as you get up to speed, we will also have a general video that's being produced by the digital team to introduce the new commissioners to anybody that you have not had the opportunity to meet and greet with yet. And with that, if we can go to the first slide for social consumption, I'm going to go through a bit of an update here that is really an update put together by our project management team and the leads of our existing working groups, and the primary project coordinator, Juliana, is not with us today, so I'll be doing the presentation, but thank you very much, obviously, to her and the team for this. I don't see the next slide up, but I don't know if that's delayed. There we go. Thank you so much. All right, just kind of reviewing, and I won't read this verbatim, but the project goal and the background of how we've established this, I think we've covered obviously with the onboarding of commissioners. We use working groups for a variety of purposes, and we'll talk about more as we get into implementation for Chapter 65 on that in the coming months. But ultimately, one of the things that we had established with the previous board was 4 working groups for specific purposes that have different timelines and objectives. And with now one single sponsor, as previously those working groups had numerous commission sponsors, under a 5-commissioner setting. With 3, we have Commissioner De Lobato, so we are looking at any ways that we can make those more efficient, as we may need to additionally provide support now to the implementation of Chapter 65, but we've had a lot of dedicated staff across all departments working across these working groups. We go to the next slide. This is a general update on where we are for the project phases. A number of these reports have been provided in writing, but not necessarily presented in public meeting at the tail end of the previous board, which was April 16th. The initial presentation of this was in that public packet. This was also in our June packet, though we did not present it specifically. We have also released, since the last public meeting of this board, a press release basically summarizing a lot of this information for general use. I'll highlight phase 3 in terms of execution. Tasks have been assigned, and we are holding regular team meetings, which also will be including external consulting teams on some of the specific questions, which I'll get into in a moment. If we go to the next slide, please. In terms of project progress, the majority of these things are now underway. So what we have is 90% of foundational deliverables are underway. This is obviously a high-level review of all of the things that go across all of the working groups. I'll note that as we get into the next slides here, that we have some of our first deliverables now projected in August in terms of RVT. And ultimately, my biggest concern right now is, as we'll discuss, and the chair and I have been working on with the CFAO and others, is ensuring that we have the resources to continue to stay on pace with this as we also get into Chapter 65. I'm going to pause there.
Sure. Quick question. I just want to make sure I understand, what do the numbers mean on this slide?
The number of deliverables that are being tracked by the project management team across these specific.
Gotcha. It's not like a timeline thing. Gotcha.
Exactly. Yep. No. But that's a great point. And one of the things that the chair and I have worked on, and we'll talk about with the regs as well, which is starting to create some of the Gantt charts in terms of timelines for all of these so that people understand the deliverables. In terms of social consumption, we will talk now in this presentation about some of the initial deadline estimates. But we are still refining some of the longer term ones. And so once we have some of those questions answered as we get through July, we should be able to put together more prominent timelines across the entire rollout. We go to the next slide, please. All right, and to that point, the first in terms of next steps is finalizing the RVT application and launch by the end of August. So that is actively being worked on, being handed over from the working group to implementation with JD Software, with the licensing system. And so that is up and moving through what hopefully will be a launch at the end of August. Again, we'll look to finalize and build out these dates for the rest of the deliverables as well. That's kind of where we are as 90% of these items are now underway. The supplemental license type basically follows that, and that application in terms of draft will be following very quickly behind the RVT. A couple other things I wanted to note on this slide. The local advisory engagement is starting this month in July. Commissioner De Lobato will be part of that. Again, a number of these groups have engaged external consultants to have a little bit more of a focus group scenario with some of the subject matter experts that will be our implementation partners. And so for local advisory, obviously, the communities are going to be a major portion of all of the license types as the HCA providers, but also in terms of the event organizer will be very involved and potentially more involved than the CCC in the actual outcome of events. So that will be a critical touch point for this month. And then that will allow us to get into a little bit more of that timeline estimation for the future updates. For public awareness as well, one of the major updates there that we have within kind of next steps is that the funding for public awareness was included in a supplemental budget. So outside of our FY27 budget, $1 million for public awareness, that overlaps significantly with our mandate as an organization, but also with the social consumption rollout. And then, as I just mentioned on the previous slide, and I'll kind of hammer home here as well, to maintain the momentum of trying to move as quickly as possible with social consumption rollout. Another major checkpoint over the summer will be if we are able to achieve additional supplemental funding for our operations with some of the conversations that we put through the FY27 budget. And the chair and I have been involved in those discussions, and there is an expectation that the legislature will have a supplemental budget over the summer.
I just want to underscore that we have been level funded for 3 years, which basically means a step back every year if you do inflation, and we all know what inflation's been like over the last 3 years. That's obviously unfortunate, but it's in the rearview mirror. But we are working hard. The CFAO, the executive director, and myself, we've already met with ANF, which Administration and Finance, part of the executive branch. And of course, we will engage as appropriate with the legislature as well. We have gotten early indications of support. But, as I look across at the CFAO, until the money's in the bank, we don't believe it. And we are in a new fiscal year here. So hope springs eternal. And we will absolutely do everything we can, because especially now in light of Chapter 65, all of the mandates and the things that we have to get done, we need money. And we've made that very clear as recently as a week ago with the governor herself. So anyway, just wanted to underscore that if people weren't aware outside of this room. I think a lot of the people here at the commission are aware, but that is something that needs to change. Back to you.
Appreciate that. And I think that, again, what I think you stated there, and just to reiterate, is we've dedicated a lot of staff time, resources to the rollout of social consumption to be as aggressive as possible with the timeline. And Chapter 65, which we'll talk about later on in the agenda, is now part of what we are allocating our resources to. So we have to make sure that we can accomplish all of these things, because they all have specific timelines and stakeholders that are relying on the outcome of these. So with that, I did mention as well a number of areas where Commissioner De Lobato has been now brought into the fold here, and we are looking at ways that we may be able to adjust our course in terms of the 3 working groups now with 1 sponsor and those types of things, which we'll update the board on. But if I may, Mr. Chair, if there's anything that Commissioner De Lobato would like to add from her perspective, getting up to speed.
Please. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you both. So just 3 things. I just wanted to double click on a couple pieces that Executive Director Hearn already shared. But one, recognizing the staff on this work. It has been, now that I've been really diving into each of the facets of social consumption and just where we are and the project timelines and all of that, there's a lot of work that has been done. And it's various facets that are all very much interconnected with every single function of the agency, right? So everyone touches this new growth for us. So I just want to recognize that, and also, for anyone who's tuned in as well, just know that we are very diligently, mindfully working to ensure that we are developing and implementing a strong foundation for social consumption, right? And not trying to zoom through this just to get it out, because we want to see success in this growth. And once things are implemented, we want to see the growth, and we want to be able to create an environment where we can be agile and also pivot and make some changes if needed. So just want to give major kudos to the staff. The second thing, excuse me, is we've received some really helpful feedback from licensees. So I do want to say thank you to any of our licensees who have had the privilege of getting to know over the last several weeks, whether it's been at some of the speaking events that I've attended or via email, and those who have done intros and connected. I've received some really good feedback and just good perspective, things that perhaps we may have not thought about in the past. And I just want you all to know that we are taking that feedback very intentionally and making sure that we are being really considerate while we're developing things ongoingly. So just want to give thank you to the licensees, because it has been, and that is an open invitation to other licensees who want to know more. Please contact me. We have a very responsive team. We're all meeting with various folks over the next several months. So open invitation for me, reach out, and would love to have that conversation. And then the third and final thing that I just wanted to add is one of my biggest commitments throughout this is making sure that our municipal partners feel really confident, they feel informed, they feel like we are very much an implementation partner with them, because every city and town has various regulations that may differ from each other, that require different processes and steps to ensure that social consumption is implemented in a way that's effective, it's efficient. And I want to be able to work with our municipal leaders so that they feel and see that this is an economic value add for their local economy. I mean that with sincerity with our municipal leaders, our select boards, our mayors, our city councils, our economic development departments. This is a lot. And we, as Travis, as our executive director already mentioned, we will be hosting several local advisory opportunities for conversation where questions can be asked and we can really triage and brainstorm together and address any concerns, and really think, again, take in that perspective and feedback from our municipalities so that we are being mindful of the of implementation factors. So that's all. Thank you. Back to you.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. And again, just on the municipal angle specifically as well, that external group will kick off this month. And I hope that is going to be a continuation of the direction from Commissioner De Lobato of partnership. All right, with that, I believe the other one that we have here, again, in your first few meetings, we did not present our standard licensing data updates. This is one that we'll look at a cadence of. The information generally is always going to be in the packets. Whether or not we present it based on the flow of a meeting will be up to the chair. But for this meeting, we wanted to make sure that we did have that opportunity. The Director of Licensing is going to come up and just go through what is a revised sort of efficient slide deck. Take any questions from the commissioners, and obviously we can iterate as we go. But this is the revised slide deck with the Director of Licensing.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
All right, we can go on to the next slide. So here's where we're essentially outlining the growth of commenced operations from the previous month. In this instance, we went up by 2 compared to last month, so meaning 2 additional licensees have commenced operations. Next slide. So this is our HCA slide. It's a little bit dense, but it's outlining a lot of important points. So as a reminder, we started reviewing host community agreements at the beginning of March, on March 1st, 2024. So since then, we've received 1,831, and that does not mean 1,831 unique HCAs. That's also counting renewals, because every time we get a resubmission for a renewal, we have to review it anew. Because, there could be changes, the term could have expired or whatnot, so it needs a full new review. But compared to last month, we have received approximately, one second. Lost my slide.
Yep.
So we received about another 50 compliant HCAs. So, we do see compliance, but then at the same time, we do still have the non-compliant HCAs at around 100. But we do still see, actually, we continue seeing a very increased use in terms of our model HCAs, which is great. That makes things easier for the municipalities and for our reviewers. And, we do urge everyone, if possible, to use the model HCAs. And that's it for this slide, unless anyone has any questions.
Actually, one question. So
Sure.
we have one licensee in Nantucket.
I believe, I'm not sure if it's, oh, you mean with an approved, yeah, so so the side, that means, yeah, there's one compliant HCA.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Just to clarify that, I thought when I'm looking at the map, those numbers aren't the total number of licensees in those jurisdictions. That's the total number of compliant HCAs.
Correct, yeah, because, every municipality can have compliant HCAs, but then for whatever reason, with certain licensees may choose not to enter an HCA. So for that reason, we may not have a compliant HCA for everybody in the municipality.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just for the future, as we're talking about iterating this, it might be helpful to just put the total number of licensees by these counties and along with the number of compliant HCAs. So it's clear that there's a certain number of licensees there and there's a certain number that have compliant HCAs.
So you want to see essentially the compliant versus non-compliant?
I'm assuming that this is what this is trying to convey to us, how
So-
we're moving in the direction of having compliant HCAs.
Right, I mean, it was, I guess it was because the previous board initially wanted to, highlight the municipalities that do have compliant HCAs, so that was the purpose. But yeah, we can work on, incorporating something like
And
that.
it's not it's not a deal breaker for me, but I don't want people to get confused, like this is the total number of licensees that we have.
I understand. So yeah, we'll work with our data team too and try to, come up with something that's responsive.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next slide. So this, shows our extensions since we started granting extensions. Since last month, we received approximately 60 new extensions, which is actually a little lower than usual. We were trending more at around 80 to 100. So, presumably things are moving maybe a little bit in the right direction, or it could just be just a fluke, essentially. But the average number of days requested is remaining steady at 86. Questions?
Mr. Chair, can I, yes? Not really a question, but just just a comment in general. I think with, because we have this board that does have this level of municipal experience also, and this is more an invitation for our municipal leaders. If there's any questions on compliance or anything like that, please call, email, reach out to us, because we absolutely want to partner and make sure that we're working with our municipalities and just helping understand, because I know, they can be a little bit cumbersome, and some municipalities, there's been a lot of change in terms of personnel there, and that has been a pattern across the state. So just kind of getting, again, municipalities feeling just comfortable, confident, and fully informed. So more an invitation for our municipal friends, to reach out to us so that we can start seeing that number, the request of extensions dip, and then is seeing compliance increase, and that can tell us that there's better understanding and all of that. So just wanted to put that out there.
And that concludes my portion of the presentation. However, just as a reminder, in the packet itself, there is the additional data section, which has, several more slides with additional information.
Just have one more clarifying question. This is the total number of extensions requested over the entire time period. Do you know how many active extensions we have?
Active as in how many?
Currently have an extension on there.
Not off the top of my head, but that's something we could try to identify for you, yeah. The number of active, okay.
If I'll just hop in on that as well. So one of the things to note on this slide with the active extensions is a number of these are operating under, and this would be within that question that we'll add the data to, is the folks who are operating under the most recent allowance for a 365-day extension, which I believe will align basically with October of this year. And so we will have to come back to the issues of the maximum extension dates that have been approved by the previous board, which in the aggregate is now 965 days if they are HCA related after a certain point. So that basically will align with an October conversation at the latest.
And another point to add about these extension requests, so again, so they don't only encompass HCA related. So we do also allow 120 days for any reason. So after those, so essentially these could be a mix of any reason extensions or HCA related reasons. All right. Thank you
very much. All right, and I believe, and as I had mentioned before, I think our next order is enforcement actions, correct? Executive Director.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I believe your intent was to take Roman numeral 9 out of order. So that would be the Enforcement Council and the First Assistant Enforcement Council.
Wonderful. Welcome.
Morning, Chair.
Just a reminder, so this is coming back from our previous meeting and some direction from the board on the stipulated agreement that was presented in June. And if there's any questions, otherwise, Mr. Chairman, I would turn it over to the EC.
All means, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Executive Director, for providing some of that background. So just as a reminder, this is bringing back a matter that was tabled by the board at the last public meeting. This is a stipulated agreement in the matter of Legal Greens LLC. And so with that, I will turn it over to First Assistant Enforcement Counsel Nielsen to go through the revised agreement for your consideration.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. For your consideration and vote is a proposed agreement for Legal Greens following the discussion and vote at the last public meeting to table a decision for the parties to come back with a modified agreement reflecting the Commission's discussion. The modifications of the negotiating terms from the previous agreement are as follows. Monetary penalties and donations, that is a total fine of $30,000, which is split in the following manner. $25,000 to Legal Greens, the licensee, and $5,000 to Mr. Bouquet in his personal capacity. The fines will be paid in 2 installments with the last due by the date of renewal for the license. That's a little bit different from before, which reflected a year-long payment. That change represents a $27,800 reduction in the agreed to fine amount from the previous agreement, but now it does include a $5,000 fine assessment for Mr. Bouquet. The $3,600 donation to the Social Equity Trust Fund by each of the owners remains the same, but is now due within 120 days rather than 60 days to reflect the addition of the penalty for Mr. Bouquet and to allow an additional time. There are no other changes to the agreement with respect to the affirmative relief, but I'm going to go through them relatively quickly. That includes a 1-month suspension of Mr. Bouquet, a requirement that Legal Greens formally include the basement as part of its premises, a requirement that Legal Greens hire or promote a person to the position of compliance officer, and the development of training materials that educates Legal Greens employees on the violations identified in the order. Enforcement recommends that the Commission ratify this modified agreement, and it believes that it addresses the Commissioner's comments at the last meeting.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, questions?
I don't have any questions, but I might have a comment. Just sort of 3 things really quickly. Sort of thank you for your hard work on this, the work that you guys have put into this generally, and also after we sent it back. And I really appreciate it in the revised document. You could put a comparison line in there, like the spreadsheet, which was very, very helpful in sort of putting everything together. And then lastly, don't take it a hard way when we send things back. We appreciate and sending something back is not a reflection of anything you guys are doing. You guys are doing a great job. So thank you for what you're doing. And I am in support of the current proposal.
Right. Commissioner De La Bata.
Also want to echo the same as Commissioner Wilson. Thank you for the work, and I think everyone's getting to learn how we all think and a little bit of our decisions. So this was a good, a good example, and just where we were really sitting at before. And I absolutely agree with this. I appreciate the thoughtfulness on our recommendations and having that included. And I just want to reiterate that this is a licensee that has been in good standing for the past few years, and we haven't seen anything that has come up to us that would cause any flags. So so I'm very much in support of this.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm curious if I might ask, when you went back to them, how did the conversation go?
Mr. Chair, if I may, the conversations that we had during the negotiations are part of confidential negotiations, so I wouldn't comment on
I had to ask, but I guess I'm more curious about the reaction that after they had that tentative agreement that we then came back to them saying, we've rethought it. Surprise, open to that conversation?
Definitely open to the conversation for sure.
Good. It's interesting. I mentioned, and we're all getting out there now and meeting with various stakeholders. This specific topic at the last meeting was brought up to me multiple times. And the message received, and I think intended, was for the businesses out there, if you're going to work with us, we understand that time to time mistakes may happen, but are you going to work to correct? Are you going to be open, transparent, all the things that we need as we're continuing to grow and mature in this industry? And I heard that multiple times from people that I met with one-on-one. So I guess we had the intended effect. And as Commissioner De La Bata said, if you look at the history, there was a pretty good history. If you look at the engagement after we engaged, it was very positive and constructive. For those organizations, we want to try to work with you. Okay, so anyway, with that said, if there's no further questions, do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All right, roll call. Commissioner De La Bata?
Aye.
Commissioner Wilson?
Aye.
And Chair Harding, aye. So moved. Thank you again for all your hard work on this and for bearing with us as you're getting used to a new commission. Thanks.
Commissioners.
Wonderful. Okay. So moving along, I think we are going to go into staff recommendations on change of ownership. Am I reading that right?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. We'll bring up the licensing team, Jamie Wakefield and Olivia Coble.
Wonderful.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I sort of beg the indulgence of the board. I have a couple of questions, but they're sort of broadly across all of these licenses. So I guess I wonder if the board would allow me to just ask them up front rather
Absolutely.
than each
Throw it out there.
licensee. And I think Ms. Benikowski may be useful to answer my questions too, if she wants to join the group. So we'll jump right in here. I'm not going to go any particular order. I have this kind of grouped together. So for MCR, these are all the ones that are covered by here, both the renewals, the provisional, and the finals. So for MCR Labs and Cannabis Connections LLC, paragraph 5 of the document, sort of explaining the licensee, current entities who have direct or indirect control, and it has a listing of 0% for both of these. It's my understanding in our earlier conversations that this is more of a like mass CIP issue where they're entering in entities that have ownership, but they don't exactly know what percentage to put them at? Did I understand that correctly, or is there some other explanation for the 0% for that?
That's correct. I think oftentimes they have difficulty quantifying, they're for some reason on the board of directors or their parent companies, grandparent companies, and essentially they're just going with a number and they think, 0 would be the number that represents it, but they're still essentially telling us that we do have control. We're just not sure how to quantify it. Anything you want to add to that?
Thank you. Yes, as Director Koval said, if they have certain equity interests, that's more black and white, but when it comes to control, it can be a little bit more gray. So a lot of the times I think licensees do their best to put an educated guess at their percentage of control, but if it's not tied to direct financial equity, it can be gray. So we are working on, the prior board did charge us with coming up with a proposal to streamline the process, which would make it more black and white in CIP that are you a person or entity having direct or indirect control, yes or no, and then selecting out of the regulations how you qualify.
Yeah, and just as a comment, sort of going forward, and I think it goes on the board too, because I'm hoping that when we get the granting of a new license, we can see the percentages as well, because technically I have 0% control of both of these organizations as well. So whether it's sort of the board looking and saying, oh, maybe we should look at that before we grant it, just to make sure that that's accurately represented. That's just, I think, something we can all do sort of as a group. But I don't know if I'll go to my next or if there's other questions from the group.
Well, you had mentioned you have a series of things I'd like to tee up in advance. So
Okay. So the next ones were on chief cannabis and pharma cannabis. Particular questions about the architectural review. We've had a little bit of an exchange about that. I want to just dig into that a little bit because it's my understanding that majority of licenses have the architectural review. I know in our exchanges we talked about depending on the license type, you may have to go into energy and lighting and things of that nature. But as my understanding, a dispensary doesn't need to do energy and lighting. So I'm just curious what is the baseline? What is the minimum architectural review? How is it conducted by staff?
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, so just as a brief overview.
to clarify, Commissioner Delabatta asked a question. My understanding, you wanted to get your upfront questions out there so they could consider it before.
Oh,
their
okay.
presentation. So that was your thinking?
Yes.
Okay, good. I just wanted to be clear.
And just so that I'm clear, are we looking at all of them or are these specific? Because right now we're with change of ownership and I think you were referencing a license for final license with Chief Cannabis. So like,
I apologize. So I'm kind of bouncing around with this group of the recommendations from the staff for the licenses, both the renewals, the change of ownership, and the provisional final licenses. They cover the game. That's why I sort of wanted to just put them out there in front. But I'm not focusing on any particular license right now.
okay.
But if there's a better way to do this,
No, I think the idea, if you have specific topics you want to throw out, that's great. And then we can kind of hit them in order.
And
As far as the license types.
I've only covered this. I've only mentioned some licensees because they sort of demonstrate us. They're like illustrative of them, but I can not do that if that's helpful.
Probably better to throw out just the concept at this point, and then we'll hit them short, but in each category, just so I can stay clear.
Sorry. Apologies for my
No, it's all good.
So I'll just briefly, so the architectural review, I know, as my understanding of the regulations, all of the licensees get an architectural review, maybe with a few exceptions. And it can vary, but I'm just curious what the minimum is, who does it, how do we do it?
Sure, absolutely. So the investigations and compliance team would be the ones that assess the architectural review. There is a public facing form on our website that each license that prior to doing any modifications to their facility submits that application to the team. It would come to the investigations and compliance team. It is assigned out to a lead. Sometimes they already have a lead because it's a location that already exists. And the minimum requirements, they all have to have a floor plan. They all have to have a security overlay showing where cameras are going to be, entrance, exits, et cetera, where limited access areas are going to be. Just as a correction, while cultivating licensees do have expanded energy and efficiency compliance requirements, specifically around horticultural lighting, square footage, and power density, all licensees under 105 are required to have energy efficiency and conservation compliance. So even a retailer does need to provide a narrative of how they'll be reducing their energy output, utilizing natural light, if they have certain features on their generator, et cetera. So under 105.1, they have to have policies and procedures for those. And 105 outlines kind of specific things they could have in their policies. And then under 105.15, it identifies additional kind of strategies and identification of where they could use less energy. So even your marijuana retailer does need to provide an energy efficiency compliance plan as part of their architecture review. However, cultivating licensees need to provide a lot more because of the energy output of those licensees. And that goes specifically to requirements that are outlined in 12011. And that goes to that horticultural lighting power density, calculating it per square footage, making sure the equipment that they're using is certified to a certain extent. And that is in the regulations under 12011. And also we have a guidance document on our website. That's guidance for energy, compiled energy guidance, paraphrasing, but that has a lot of the requirements in there as well. Cultivating licensees also would require an eye safety plan, and that is specified in the regulations as well because of that lighting that they're using. And all licensees also need to have a plan to remain compliant with all applicable state and municipal requirements. Some municipalities, differ in terms of what they need. And they all need a compliance plan for the Americans with Disabilities Act. So that can also vary depending on license type. For a lot of marijuana retailers, for example, that could be having a point of sale terminal that's wheelchair accessible. That's, ADA compliant in terms of the height of it. And that is most of the stuff in the architecture review application is a narrative. They have to explain their plan to remain compliance. And then we always follow up with the municipality to confirm that the building permits they submit to us are full and complete, signed off on, all set. And there's no outstanding requirements with the municipality for them to move forward.
Yeah, I don't want to get, or don't take it the wrong. I don't mean to be particularly sharp, but I guess when I see the term, and it could just be a terminal, an issue around terminology. When I see architectural plan, architectural review, or the word architectural, I'm thinking of sort of engineering-based building structure. That's a sort of limited subset of thing. I know the architectural review, while there's a fee for it in the regulations, there's not a specific definition for what it entails. So, I would just flag for you, and we're not going to do it at this meeting. There's some of the stuff that you mentioned there that I perhaps think that we are too involved with, that maybe it's better left to municipalities that have zoning codes, the state building code, and some other things. I won't get into that right now, but I guess it sounds like it's even though it has the word architectural review, it's actually a lot broader than that, than what people might traditionally think. So I'll go to the next question. And we again had an exchange around this one. The agricultural preservation restriction, another one that's sort of articulated in the narrative. By the way, let's start here. The narratives for all of these are very good that the IME team puts together with the licenses. I really enjoyed reading those, to the extent you can enjoy reading something like that. But so, I looked into it. We had a conversation. It's a program handled by MDAR around, again, if I'm doing a high level summary. It's meant to preserve agricultural land in the state by paying the owners of those properties the difference between what they could get by using it as agricultural land versus by what they get by having it as agricultural land versus what they could get if they were to use it for some other commercial purpose or something else. And it's meant to preserve that agricultural land. MDAR has the authority under the state law to remove that designation, to, do whatever enforcement they need to do. I read the memo from a few years ago that you provided around, we're going to sort of help with this by pre-identifying that. I just don't think we need to. And I kind of think that we do have a long licensing process. And even though it's a small step, which I understand somebody's just checking a website, I kind of don't think we necessarily need that one. I'm sorry, that wasn't a question. That ended up being more of a statement.
I think all really good topics, Commissioner, but unless you have anything else you want to
Just two more. I'll do.
Okay, quickly, just because we've got a full agenda and I know we want to get to a vote on the license.
Yes.
I mean, this is interesting. And these are also topics, because you've already hit 3 threads I'd love to deep dive on and understand more about. We can probably add those to future discussions and future.
I promise I'll make these
Yeah,
very quick. So,
all good.
so on the particularly on the final provisional licenses, the consumer data system, I guess my understanding, I just want to make sure I'm understanding that people scan an ID when they go into the building and they scan an ID when they get in, when they purchase the product. Is that all metric? Is that some other system? And do we know what type of data? It was articulated, it was reviewed. It wasn't articulated exactly what the systems were and what they were requiring. I was curious if you could just expand on that.
Sure, absolutely. So our requirements for retail would be under 500, 140 and 501, 140 that deals with the sale to consumers and patients. The regs require that the license be inspected. So licensees are not required to have a identification scanner to verify it. It's that it needs to be inspected. And licensees have varying ways of authenticating that, training their staff. Some work with law enforcement to do a training to identify certain features on a license to ID that it's real. We do have regulations under 140 that prohibit retaining that data beyond what is needed to confirm identification. So that would be, date of birth. We also do have limitations around, some licensees have within their policies, they limit the amount of times a consumer can visit in a day, and that's more for sales limit. And they have different ways that they try to enforce that. That's not necessarily, so they do that as a way to meet compliance with not going over the sales limit. None of that is in metric in terms of the ID. All licensees have their own point of sale systems that integrate with metric, but because metric is the compliance program, metric almost sees it as a conflict of interest if they had a point of sale. So Dutchy is one, for example, that a lot of licensees use. So they would need to speak with their API POS provider to ensure that no information from the consumer is being maintained. Patients is slightly different because they verify through the CIP that you're a patient.
And then my last question, also very short. We talked about this as well. There's the picture of the sign on the door that says that you cannot enter, which is sort of in our packets. That's not really, and this in my opinion, that helpful for us to the board, but you said there may be better narratives that you provide to the board around that this is a secure area. I'm just curious if you could just talk briefly about what might appear in future reports.
Absolutely. And I think it would benefit my team very much so because of the time spent. Our PPLI reports can really range from 10 to upwards of, some have been over 50 pages long. Most of the exhibits within the report were from prior directions from the board at what commissioners wanted to see as an exhibit. So limited access area, diversity plans, PIP plans, all of that were directed to us to include. Granted, that was also prior to when we had a case management system. So I am really trying to streamline the templates so that they're really not longer than a couple of pages. And it serves more as an attestation to who was at the inspection, what was confirmed, what was observed, whether or not they had a NOD, notice of deficiency, and when that was complied with, and really serving as just an attestation that it was conducted. And if any additional exhibits are needed, we can always provide that through the case management system. But I don't think doing the exhibits adds any additional relevance to the report that you're reading.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate the indulgence of my colleagues.
No,
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, if I could also add you mentioned the people with control and ownership, you'd like to see that. That is also something we're going to include in the PPLI, that you can just see that at the upfront stage of who holds ownership and control.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner, they're all good questions. We're all still learning, and we're going to continue to learn. So it's fine, but being mindful of moving the agenda along.
Yeah, and just want to add one thing. It should not take more than a moment. We will be working as well, just along the lines of the commissioner's points about MDR's jurisdiction. We'll be having a lot of work as we move ahead, as we have in the past, not just on their role in pesticides, those types of things, but also with intoxicating hemp. So we'll be reviewing all of those kind of jurisdictional lines as well.
All right. And unless there's further questions on this, back to you. So I guess there are two recommendations here.
Good morning,
Morning.
commissioners. Thank you for having me again, and thank you to everyone in the commission once again for getting these licensees to a vote today. There are two change of ownership applications for consideration today. Additional information is contained within the executive summaries for the commission's review and consideration. Commission staff have reviewed the applications for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting them for the commission's review and vote. The first licensee is Cannabis Connection Incorporated. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over one adult use license and are requesting to add one individual and one entity.
Commissioners, questions on Cannabis Connection?
I have none.
I've used up all my questions.
I've also read the documentation. So do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All right, roll call. Commissioner Dillabatta?
Aye.
Commissioner Wilson?
Aye.
Chair Harding, aye. So moved on Cannabis Connection. Number 2.
The licensee here is MCR Labs LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over one adult use license and are requesting to add 3 individuals and 1 entity.
Right, Commissioners, any questions on MCR Labs?
I have none.
I've none.
All right, do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All right, roll call. Commissioner Dillabatta?
Aye.
And Commissioner Wilson?
Aye.
Chair Harding, aye. So moved. Right, move on to renewal licenses. Now, this one I want to note, this is Patriot Care. There is a discussion on tier relegation for this particular licensee. I just want to note, we're going to have a much more detailed conversation about tier relegation later. Commissioner Wilson has done a lot of work to kind of pull together some very good thinking. But with that said, we'll tee it up for the actions you're looking for today.
So in this case, this has been brought before the board because the licensee sold below 70% of the required canopy. And in previous discussions and per our regulations, we may bring it before the board for your review and consideration if you wish to do a tier relegation. We've inquired with the licensee why they essentially were below the 70%, and they responded that in the previous 6 months, they were operating without a wholesale manager, which had an immediate impact on their wholesales. And the team believes that that's the biggest reason that had an impact on the dip in sales data.
I may ask a question. How would they feel about being relegated like a European football team at next level down?
I mean, I can't imagine. Can't speak for them, but I cannot imagine they would.
I mean, did they object at all, knowing that this was coming before the commission?
They did not, they did not write anything to the licensing team that I'm aware of. So.
Okay. Yep, got it. Oh, commissioners, questions?
I'm not a question. I'm in favor of renewing the license and not doing the tier relegation. We could talk quickly around why we shouldn't do it here, but I won't get into it right now unless commissioners want to do something different.
I am also in approval of renewing this license and can save the conversation for later, in depth. And, I think the reason is valid. From what I see, the percentage sold, they sold, over 50% of their product. So, and we have such a calculated form of measurement right now where we know how our cultivators are really doing. And I feel comfortable renewing this license without any issue.
Yeah, and I'll follow on to Commissioner Dillabatta and also what Commissioner Wilson said. I've done a lot of research on my own, not being an expert this week, and for the life of me, I can't understand why we would do this, except A, in a real punitive situation, or B, voluntarily. Someone wants to do it. It's the life of me, I don't understand that. I'm looking forward to the conversation a little bit later. So with that said, I think I've heard that we have a motion to approve without relegating down. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
And roll call, Commissioner Dillabatta?
Aye.
Commissioner Wilson?
Aye.
Chair Harding, aye. So moved.
Thank you.
And I look forward to the conversation. That'll be interesting. Okay, next, staff recommendation on final licenses.
There are 3 final license recommendations for the commission's consideration today. Commission staff have reviewed the applications for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting them for the commission's review and vote.
Right. So do we have any questions on any of these? I know, Commissioner Wilson, you've already mentioned a few of these. Did you have any further questions?
Just a question, Chair. Are we going to do these individually or as a group?
As a group, we will do these, sir.
I have no questions.
Okay. Any questions? All right, do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second,
Second.
roll call, Commissioner Dillabatta,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilson,
Aye.
Chair Harding, aye. So moved. All three approved as a group. All right. Now, next we will move to provisional licenses. These will be voted on individually.
There are 4 adult use licenses and 1 medical marijuana establishment license for provisional consideration today. Additional information is contained within the executive summaries for the commission's review and consideration. Commission staff have reviewed the applications for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting them for the commission's review and vote. The first applicant is Legal Greens Boston LLC. The proposed location is 571B Washington Street in Boston. They are seeking a marijuana retailer license and a marijuana courier license. The applicant received priority review.
Just a question on procedure. Do we vote on 1 and 2 together, or do we have to vote on them separately? So we have Legal Greens as a retailer and Legal Greens as a courier. And can we vote on them as a group, the 2, or do we have to vote on those individually? Do we know?
Maybe general counsel.
General counsel,
Good morning. I think it's best to vote on these individually.
vote on, okay, great. So let's start with number 1, Legal Greens as a retailer. Are there any questions from the commissioners?
No.
All right. Do we have a motion to approve Legal Greens as retailer?
So moved.
Second,
Second.
roll call, Commissioner Dillabatta,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilson,
Aye.
and Chair Harding, aye. So moved. All right. Any questions on Legal Greens as a courier? Okay. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second,
Second.
and roll call, Commissioner Dillabatta,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilson,
Aye.
Chair Harding, aye. So moved. On to Lucky Greens. Green.
The applicant here is Lucky Green Ladies LLC. The proposed location is 408 Colony Road in Norton. They are seeking a marijuana courier license and the applicant received expedited review.
Right. Any questions, commissioners?
It's that, I'd be curious to learn how they come up with these names, but.
Yeah, that's a great question. Expedited review, why?
They are a social equity participant.
That's what I was asking. Okay, great. Thank you. I had forgotten. Any further questions, commissioners? No? Do we have a motion to approve? Seconded.
Second.
Roll call, Commissioner Dillabatta
Yes.
and Commissioner Wilson.
Yes.
Chair Harding, aye. So moved for Lucky Green Ladies. I do think that's a neat name. So, all right, on to number 4.
The next applicant is Morabeza LLC. The proposed location is 393 East Main Street, Unit C in Southbridge. They're seeking a marijuana product manufacturer license and the applicant received expedited review.
Wonderful. Okay. Any questions, commissioners?
I just have a comment, actually, a positive comment. Looking at their positive impact plan, I noticed that goal number 2 is to allocate a specific allotted amount annually to help with closing costs and for the residents of that town. And I found that to be really creative. And by closing costs, I'm assuming it's either business closing cost or home or home ownership where this business owner is donating and reinvesting in their community. And I found that to be just, a creative option. And I'm sure we'll have conversations later on in the future on positive impact plans, but I encourage that type of creativity from licensees and operators when they're thinking about plans beyond, what we currently perhaps may be thinking or used to seeing. So that's a really awesome form of investment. It can be life-changing and transformative, for a homeowner or a business owner where they're donating that money to. So definitely invite other business owners to expand their thinking on how to be creative when they engage with their community. And I'm sure there'll be more conversations in the future, but I just noticed that and I thought it was a good goal.
That's a great call out, Commissioner. Thank you for that. All right, unless there's further questions, do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second,
Second.
roll call, Commissioner Dillabatta
Aye.
and Commissioner Wilson.
Aye.
Chair Harding, aye. So moved for Morabeza. All right, one more to go.
The last applicant is Emerald Grove Incorporated. The proposed dispensing location is 3 Main Street in Eastham. They are seeking a medical marijuana establishment license and the applicant received general review.
All right, any questions, commissioners?
None.
All right, do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second,
Second.
roll call, Commissioner Delabato,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilson,
Aye.
Chair Harding, aye, so moved. Thank you very much, licensing team. And also thank you for bearing with us because this is an education process in regards for us. So we appreciate you bearing with us.
Fine.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, now our next item of business is a hearing officer recommendation. Now, this one, I think we're going to have some conversation around. I'm going to look to the fellow commissioners. How about we take a little break before we move into that? And it is currently 11:03. Why don't we say 11:15? We will re-engage.
Sound good?
Perfect. So everyone. Right. I think we are back. And apologies if everyone hears the train in the background like we do, because we are in Union Station in the center of downtown Worcester. It's an active train station, so we have a train going by right now. So if you hear it like we do. All right, when we left off, we were about to hit what is Roman numeral 10 on your agenda, hearing officer recommendation, recommended decisions. And do we have a hearing officer?
No hearing officer, but you have a general counsel.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Help you.
GC, you're doing this. Over to you, Kajal.
Sure. Good morning, commissioners. Before you today is consideration of the hearing officer's recommended decision in the matter of Mass Biolytics Corporation, which is an independent testing laboratory. As you're aware from reading the decision itself and the supporting documents that are in your packets, hearing officer granted the commission's motion to dismiss for failure to timely file timely and a compliant hearing request, which resulted in the revocation of the licensee's license. Your options here today, I'll just highlight for you, are to accept the decision. So that's the most straightforward, clean decision, clean approach is accept the decision that becomes final. Alternatively, you could reject the decision, which you would use in the circumstance where you just disagree with both the rationale and the conclusion of the hearing officer. Another option is for you to modify the decision. So in that situation, you may agree with the rationale, but have a disagreement with the ultimate penalty or the sanction that's recommended. Or alternatively, you can remand the decision to the hearing officer for development, for further evidentiary development regarding anything that you think was not sufficiently developed.
And clarification on that. So we could give guidance, and say, hey, hearing officer, here's 3 areas that we really need you to think better about.
Yes, that is correct. You would essentially remand it for the hearing officer with sort of parameters in terms of these are the things that we think need to be more fully developed.
All right. Anything else?
With that, I will turn it over to you for your deliberations.
All right. This is an interesting one, and I'd love to get the other commissioners' thoughts. I've read it several times, highlighted questions, and I'll give you my initial perception. I was like, well, wait a second. This is an organization that was not working with us, that was kind of in some ways just disregarding the guidance that was given. There were, multiple categories of offenses. But then I went back and looked at it the second or third time, and it was over a relatively compressed time frame. Now, I don't want to say I want to ignore that, but at the same time, taking away someone's license is a pretty big move. And I think it should be the absolute last resort. So I guess I was left with a bunch of questions. Is there nothing else that we can do? And the big one in my mind, and I wrote it like 3 times, is since December of 25, have they attempted to cure the issues? Independent of the procedural, it's due on the 21st of April, and this is on the 13th of April. Have they actually tried to cure it? Things were pointed out. And if they have not, that's a pretty loud statement. If they have, and I don't know if they're struggling a bit, but if they have, then that's another statement. So those are some of my initial takeaways, but I'd love to get your perspective on this one. And Commissioner Wilson, do you want to go first?
Just on, one thing that I think what my understanding, I'd be curious if it's the general counsel, whoever could speak to it. So it didn't go to an actual hearing, so there isn't a developed factual record, if I'm correct.
There was no hearing, that is correct, Commissioner. There was no hearing regarding the merits of the matter. The consideration was limited to the submission of the hearing request and whether that was compliant with the rules or not.
And there was a request for information, which they were missing that. They had deadlines to get certain things in, and they kept missing that. So yeah, you're right. There was no hearing.
Correct. And so just to the extent that I reference any of the facts,
Yeah.
it's the facts as alleged by our enforcement counsel, which this all started because they couldn't get their ISO certification. And I was curious, I may have missed it. Did they ever get their ISO certification back?
Again, my understanding of the fact of the allegations are what is contained in the documents that you have. I have no independent knowledge further than what you have. My understanding from reading that was that the lab, the licensee did ultimately regain its ISO certification.
Interesting.
And I will just, one other point to add is under our regs, the hearing officer is entitled to accept the truth of allegations where a party does not comply with the rules and submit things on deadline and that sort of thing. So in this scenario, the hearing officer was within his rights to assume the truth of the allegations in coming to his conclusions.
And totally get within the rights part of that. I mean, one of the things that stood out to me was the respondent argues that it lacked the legal knowledge while pro se and did not understand the consequences. I had my first law class in college, and I remember the professor beating into me, ignorance of the law is no defense. You have an opportunity. But with that said, I also do believe in, leniency. I get it. If you're a small business and you're struggling, and if, back to our earlier theme, are you trying to do the right things? Are you working with us? Are you being safe? Remember back to my seats? Number one is safe, equitable, efficient, transparent, sustainable. Well, this hits on safe and sustainable for sure. Anyway, so a whole bunch wrapped in here, but Commissioner Delabato, I know you had some thoughts.
So I echo a lot of what both of you have said. And I think the allegations are pretty significant, that's for sure. I mean, we can't ignore what was shared there. I did have that similar thought that this is, specific to our side of assessment and investigation. So because there wasn't a hearing, it makes me feel, I paused with revocation because we haven't given an option, for this licensee to have a proper hearing, in order to defend these allegations. So I think that is something that did give me pause in the beginning, because I would want there to be that equitable process, even if the outcome were the same, where a licensee is able to just, really defend themselves. And the current situation hasn't allowed for that to progress in that way. But we also have to acknowledge the different aspects of this, where you miss deadlines, multiple, very clear areas that needed to be addressed, and they weren't. And then I also add the additional layer and the additional perspective of this being a very small shop, and that's something that's real, right? Like it's a very small ITL, and also add the additional perspective and layer and area of concern where we have to look at public safety and all of those components as well. So, I'm really looking at this from a multi-angled lens, because there's so many different points of intersection in this particular case. Do I think revocation is the answer to this? I think it's pretty extreme, and would want to offer an ulterior option that still holds significant accountability, that addresses the severity of our findings, still allowing the licensee a chance to correct the things that they need to, and also a choice if they want to take a different direction in their business, like exiting or anything like that. So that's where I'm really leaning into, and I'll pause there.
Okay. Commissioner Wilson, I'd love to get your perspective on a bunch of fronts, but also being an attorney of the three of us, I'd love to get, because this is a lot of legal, procedural, you bust through a few gates and all that stuff. But I do come down with Commissioner Delabato that it feels a bit extreme at this stage, given where it's been and a small business. I'm sympathetic there. My book ends safety and sustainability. How do we balance?
Yeah, I guess let me lead with sort of where I'm thinking it, and with the caveat that I'm actually very flexible. So I read through it and I was prepared to accept the hearing officer's recommendation. In terms of giving the applicant the ability to, I'm not the applicant, the operator, the ability to rectify. It is over a relatively, short, it's like a year and a half, 2 years period. They didn't, for whatever reason, weren't able to, we have a process for them. We haven't had a hearing because they themselves didn't engage with the process in a way where they could get to a hearing to develop the record in their favor. So that's a little concerning to me. I fully acknowledge that they're a small operator, and that, it's expensive to get a lawyer. This process in general is expensive, and I think some of that onus is on the commission itself for creating an expensive process. So I do acknowledge that, but I guess on the other side is one of the pillars of the legal insurance market is that our product is safer than the illegal market. We're generally more expensive than, not that I've been out there buying it, but we're generally considered more expensive than the illegal market. But one of the things that premium supports is the fact that we've got safer product because it's tested in these ITLs. And this is one where there's several instances where they're saying they're not, I guess, managing their lab appropriately. So I don't really have strong feelings. I was prepared to go with the recommendation. I'll be curious if we don't, because they haven't been responsive in basically the litigation. What would happen if it were to go back, if we either remanded it because there's no factual record to be further developed? What would happen? So maybe that's a question for the general counsel.
Yeah, and executive director.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to cover two things as best I can. I don't know that I can answer everything as stated, but one of the questions was, have they attempted to cure? Won't necessarily be able to answer that specifically without additional context that we may not be able to get into, but my understanding is that not all matters have been cured. So that's what I could state there. And then the question on whether or not they've gotten back into accreditation, the answer is that as of right now, the information that we have is their accreditation runs through the end of this month. So July 31st, 2026.
Good clarification. Thank you. I mean, if I'm just throwing out scenarios, I'm thinking like, what if we had some scenario that said you will be fully compliant within 90 days, you will engage with, the appropriate people. That's the choice. And if you're not, and if we see any other further violations in there, then we have to take action immediately on that. That's kind of where my head's at right now. Kind of like that final chance, if you will.
So I hear that, and I really, I love the grace that you bring into this, Chair. And, as we're thinking about our operator, I'm kind of sitting on the other side of it where there has been multiple attempts or, to your point on transparency, on being communicative, being able to work with, the team here to help alleviate whatever's going on. And, for whatever reason, we haven't seen that. So, and I feel this is coming from just my opinion right now. It feels, I don't know if it's, I don't know if the word is, I'm not going to use that word. I pause having this operator continue operations with the current state that they're in right now. So leading me to think through the possibility of suspension until things are remedied. And
That is another possibility. as
Yeah.
opposed to revocation, suspension.
so that, like, if I can ask, general counsel, it's, suspension, stopping operations. And giving, and having this time for the operator to be able to actually take care of the things that they need to take care of. So we're not revoking, right? So they can commence operations again. But this would require this level of collaboration, with our teams to ensure that all their ducks are in the row, they have the things that they need, all the areas that we've addressed and found in the past, before they can restart. I would feel comfortable doing that because it just feels responsible, given the information that we have on hand. Because there's, there's so many factors in this where even the dumpster and how waste was being managed and it being accessible to the public. And it's like, those things need to be addressed. Some of these are just non-negotiables. And if they haven't been addressed in, this past year and a half, or however, 2 years now, then I think we need to pause.
I just asked the general counsel. So,
Yeah.
so thank you, Mr. Chair. Can we modify to say that this will be a suspension for, say, 90 days? Do we have that power right now?
Or until cure, if they're able to do it sooner.
You certainly can modify to reflect a suspension. The suspension should be for a finite amount of time. So I would not say until cured, but for a particular period of time that you deem to be what's required. And during that time, obviously, the licensee would have to cooperate with our investigations and enforcement team to make sure that they are, ready to resume operations after the period has elapsed.
Could we say no more than 90 days, but could be sooner if they cure it in 30?
I think, let me think about that, but I think that would be permissible.
All right.
Could I ask one more?
Sure.
Maybe indulgence. If we can get someone from maybe INE up here, I'm curious how the suspension might be enforced. Like, what would that look like?
We may need to just take a quick recess. We intentionally don't have enforcement counsel obviously in the room as one of the parties at the table within this arrangement. So we may just need to have a conversation about how that looks in terms of the discussion for public meeting, and talk through as well some of the finite points there on the suspension language that the GC can review.
Okay,
If we
let me,
can take
I don't want to hold anything up. I guess I was just, I don't know if we've done this type of suspension in this case before, but I mean, I'm feeling very good about that suggestion. So if it's something we can do, that makes sense to me.
It does to me as well. So this idea of a suspension, I like that. Time limited. But also if there's the ability that it wasn't 90 days, if they could fix it in 30 days, they can be back in business. Just trying to be sensitive, small business. I mean, it's a long time to be out of business without revenue coming in. Not to mention the potential impact on their customer base saying, I don't want to do business with these folks anymore. So, but I think that's where we're wrapping our heads around. So GC, what do you recommend? I think we're kind of circling around this, go back, time limited suspension, that if they can cure sooner than that, then you can get back into business. But got to cure it.
Mr. Chair, can I just add
Yeah,
one to your
sure.
question that you see here? So also curious if they either resolve other issues or they reach the suspension time limit, and they don't cure, does it come back here or does it automatically revoke, or is it all automatically lifted, or does the board have to act?
In that circumstance, the matter would have to come back to the board for further consideration.
Neither.
In either case, yes.
We could also
Yeah,
do like an emergency meeting, right? If we needed to, if there was some time sensitivity, we could do a virtual, we all get on and we host a public meeting very briefly. Yes.
So I'm just going to give an example because we have suspended an ITL in the past. So I'm going to not talk about any of the particular of that case as opposed to generally this was the language. If this is meaning what you're doing, I think we again would take a break,
Yep.
have council draw that up and be prepared to move forward. But generally the suspension would be issued on a date and shall be rescinded on a given date that you would theoretically set through your discussion here, subject to the conditions that we would set. And so within that, obviously, there are some parameters here. And I think one of the things that we may want to discuss is whether or not the suspension is leading to the licensee being respondent in ways that obviously the hearing officer has indicated they have not been. So there's the one issue of carrying the actual matters. There's the other issue of being actually responsive to the dates that have been missed in the past. So that would be generally the outcome of a past suspension that we could bring back to you shortly if that's generally where you're.
I think that sounds reasonable. Yep, I think that's kind of the spirit of what we're talking
Yeah,
about.
that makes sense to me.
It maintains safety. If there are real issues that have to be solved, holds accountability, and you need to engage, you need to hit dates. When we engage with you, it's for important reasons. And oh, by the way, throws a little bit of grace in there, saying we could have revoked, we've chosen not to give you an opportunity.
And if I may, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
the other thing I would note, and general counsel can, I know summarized very high level is the introduction, but the other option outside of, right, obviously approval, which is not where the board is trending, modified, which is the discussion we're having, would be remanding it. And so in that instance, again, one of the things I would highlight is there may be a possibility in that where if there was an action that we would have to take, we also have the option of summarily suspending. So let's say something was presenting as a major issue while this was in remand, that we may then have to suspend because of any determinations made about impacts to immediate public health and safety. So I don't know if, well, before we take a break to draft up some of the language under the modify, the discussion that we just had, if the general counsel could just kind of review the remand option as well.
Sure. And just building off that scenario, I think the proper procedure in that situation where if the enforcement team decided that there was a public safety issue that needed to be immediately addressed, then they would commence a separate action seeking a summary suspension order, something of that nature, as opposed to remanding this and having this play out, because in this situation, that wasn't the posture of this case. The posture of this case was the enforcement team was looking for a revocation. That is what the hearing officer ruled on. It wasn't brought as a summary suspension order action. So if that's the path that the enforcement team would want to pursue, they would bring a separate action to pursue that. So I'm just trying to separate the two options here, and kind of draw a clear line between them.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I just want to make sure that I understand. If we were to remand, it would still be in the hearing process, I guess you could say. They wouldn't be suspended unless INE saw something and said we need to do an emergency to suspend them. Whereas if we were to vote to suspend their license, this process would be over essentially. The hearing, we would have rendered a decision. The decision would have been the suspension for the period that we're talking about. Am I?
That is correct. Yes.
Can I ask a follow-up question? GC, so for the remand process, would that restart the entire process with the hearing officer and the licensee in terms of time? Or if you want to just
Sure.
share a little bit on that.
Yeah, so I mean, the hearing officer, so the matter would go back to the hearing officer. The hearing officer would then set a schedule for filing of papers, conduct, actual having a hearing if it gets to that. So it would go back and I wouldn't say it completely restarts the clock because the hearing request has already been filed. We've already gotten, taken some steps, but it would reset the clock in a certain way because then the next steps would have to be scheduled and would have to be performed. Does that answer the question? Okay.
So I think we have kind of two paths. We have the remand and we have the suspension with, some very specific milestones in there. What do we think?
I'm very much leaning towards the suspension path because it kind of would resolve the current pending case. We know that they have to comply with certain things in a certain time period. And as long as, I guess, I just want to make sure that if we suspend and they don't comply with the suspension, it doesn't go back to hearing, it just comes back to us for revocation. That, or to lift the suspension, either one.
And that's what I heard.
Yeah.
It would come back to us for revocation at that point.
Yeah, and I'm still trying to think that through, and I don't want to give you incorrect information, so I do want to just take a second
Yeah, that's fine.
to think about
Before
that.
we break, Commissioner Dillavato, any other thoughts on that? Are you thinking in a similar line that suspension? Okay,
Yes.
all right, so why don't we take a break? How much time do you think you need? GC,
If you can give me maybe 10 minutes.
so why don't we say we reconvene at 12 noon? How's that
Okay.
sound?
Perfect.
All right,
Good.
thank you, everyone. Appreciate your patience.
Thank
We will
you.
be back online shortly. Well, we are going to reconvene, and for those of you checking your watch, no, it is not 12 or 12:30. We did end up running a little bit long. If you were following along earlier, we had posed, I think, a very interesting and challenging question to the general counsel, who then had to go off and make sure, as we said, what we do in haste, we pay for in leisure, and we did not want him to rush. So he has some answers for us on the recommendation that the commission was beginning to formulate. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the GC to tell us what he has been able to find.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, yeah, apologies for the delay there. Took a little while longer than I was expecting. I wondered back in law school why exams had to be under such strict time constraints, and this is why. Okay, so what we have done is we've tried to craft some motion language here that effectuates what I think the board was trying to accomplish. And let me just kind of talk through it with you before I put this into the chat. But essentially, what this language would do, it would immediately suspend the license for the licensee, Mass Biolytics, for a period of time that has not been yet determined. And upon issuance of the final decision. So it would create that suspension and subject to certain conditions, which I'll outline here, and then further direct the GC to take all the steps necessary to effectuate the final decision of the board. So the license would be suspended for whatever period of time. During that time, the licensee may not accept any new samples for testing. For samples that are already in its inventory, the licensee would be allowed to finish the testing of those samples prior to July 31st, or return such samples that are not completed to the source of origin, so the marijuana establishment or the medical marijuana establishment, or transfer them to another independent testing lab to get the testing done. And the licensee would be required to report the results of anything that it's tested within 72 hours to our testing team. There's a provision here that would allow for them to identify, to allow Mass Biolytics to identify agents that will be necessary to complete any testing and for security purposes during that period up till July 31st. Further condition would be that they would have to cooperate with the commission in terms of all inspections and compliance matters. And lastly, but very importantly, the suspension would remain in effect until either the expiration of the time period or full compliance with all the conditions that are outlined in the language. And in the event that the licensee is unable to resolve all the violations by the end of the suspension, their license would be automatically revoked. So that is what we were working on and kind of summarized here in proposed motion language.
All right. And can you put that in the chat so we can peruse it? Not that you are not eloquent in describing it, but I'll see the written word. And are the other commissioners on the chat? Let's see it. I'm also happy to read it before we actually take it. Yes, there's a meeting chat.
Just confirming that we have a chat from you to put this into.
It's chat.
Now, you let us know where to go.
Nothing short.
Okay, I just popped it in there, so it should be there for your review. Apologies for any typos or margin issues.
We will read it now. Thank you.
Actually, if you want, just for the record, the GC brings it into for the public as well.
Sure. Yeah, why don't you read it in for the public?
Happy to. Well, the motion language reads as follows. Motion to modify the hearing officer's recommended decision in enforcement case number ENF 2025-1787 regarding the Mass Biolytics Corporation, in parentheses licensee, to change the ordered relief from revocation of the license number IL 281290 to a suspension of the license for a period of XX days, that's to be determined, subject to the conditions outlined below, to provide Mass Biolytics Corporation an opportunity to resolve all violations listed in the order to show cause, and a further motion to direct the general counsel to take necessary steps to effectuate these changes and issue a final decision consistent with the conditions below. Number one, license number IL 281290 and all agent registrations affiliated with IL 281290 shall be suspended effective upon issuance of the commission's final decision. Number two, the licensee shall post and maintain a copy of the final decision in its entirety on the outside of all public entrances to its establishment throughout the term of the suspension. Number three, upon issuance of the commission's final decision, the licensee may not accept any new samples for testing. Number four, the licensee may finalize the testing of any in-progress lab samples in its inventory prior to July 31st, 2026, or return any such samples that are not completed by such date to the marijuana establishment or medical marijuana establishment of origin, or transfer any such samples to another licensed ITL before such date. The licensee shall report the true and accurate results for any in-progress lab samples to the commission within 72 hours of analysis, and provide the underlying data and lab samples to other licensed ITLs on or before July 31st, 2026. Number five, Mass Biolytics shall identify agents essential for the security and general maintenance of the laboratory and provide the names of those agents to testing@cccmass.com, attention Director of Testing. Upon satisfactory review of the agent proposed by Mass Biolytics Corporation, the Commission may approve reinstatement of their agent registrations for that limited purpose. Number six, Mass Biolytics Corporation shall cooperate with the Commission as necessary and to facilitate any inspections by Commission staff on the premises. And then the order shall take effect upon issuance of the final decision and shall remain in effect until expiration of the term of the suspension or demonstrated resolution of all violations listed in the order to show cause and compliance of with all conditions listed herein, whichever comes first. Should Mass Biolytics Corporation fail to resolve all violations listed in the order to show cause by whatever date, by the expiration of the suspension period, the license IL 281290 will be automatically revoked. Additionally, failure to comply with the conditions of the order may result in further enforcement action against Mass Biolytics Corporation up to and including the issuance of a monetary penalty, suspension, or revocation of licensure.
Got it. Thank you very much for the thoughtful motion. Appreciate you pulling this together. I think it, from my perspective, it captures the spirit of what we had discussed. I guess we have a couple of outstanding questions. Well, first of all, any questions from the commissioners on this? Does it meet the spirit that we had discussed, or is there anything that you would like to clarify further?
I don't have any questions.
Okay, likewise. So looks like two questions. The license for a period of how many days subject? So that's the suspension up top, the first paragraph. And then in the last paragraph, show cause by X date. And I'm wondering, could those be the same, General Counsel?
Yes, I imagine those will be the same.
Yeah.
Those are intended to be the date of expiration of the suspension.
So I had previously thrown out there 90 days. I don't know, does that seem reasonable?
That makes sense to me.
And again, if they were fully compliant prior to the 90 days, let's say they did it in 30 days, then they could be reinstated and back in business in 30 days.
That is correct. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I do want to just, one thing I want to make clear is on the number 5 there,
Mhm.
that is intended to also cover those agents that are necessary for purposes of completing the testing between now and July 31st. So not only security, but also for testing purposes.
Apologize, Mr. Chair. Just one quick question. I did read 5, and I guess I thought it encompassed it, but in order to cure the violations, do they need to have any of their agent registrations?
I think we can build that in.
I'm sorry, could you just repeat the question?
Just, in order to so there's a number of violations listed on show cause. And I don't know if they need their agent registrations in order to facilitate the resolution of those issues. I thought it was encompassed in 5. I just, maybe I didn't read it correctly.
Do you want to just review 5 of that question?
Sure. I think, that the spirit of number 5 is intended to include that, what you've addressed there. So I will take it as such.
Okay. Great. All right. So are we in agreement 90 days?
Yes.
Yeah, so question
Sure, fire.
30, so 90 days as of today. So that means that the second date has the actual listed date, right? 90 days out.
That is correct. Yes.
Okay.
I'll let somebody do the calculation for me, but yeah, 90.
Thank you.
So in theory, October 9th, but thereabouts, a day or two, I'm forgetting, 31 versus 30 days. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to mess that up.
All right.
But 90 days from today.
All right.
I should say 90 days from the issuance of the
Right.
final order. So
Which
we will, which will be as soon as possible.
Okay.
Obviously, legal, subject to the motion to direct the general counsel to
Got
finalize this. We will do that with all due haste. And then once it is issued, once it's finalized, the 90 days will start ticking from that date.
Right. Any further questions? So in order to put forth the motion, do I have to read it again, or can we stipulate to what is in the chat right here that you've already read?
I think the record is clear
Yes.
that we have read the
I-
language, so I don't think we need to redo
I
it.
just wanted to be buttoned up. All right. So do we have a motion to approve what the general counsel has put in the chat?
So moved.
Seconded.
All right, we'll do a roll call. Commissioner Delabato,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilson,
Aye.
Chair Harding, aye. So moved. Thank you very much. I know that was probably a little bit longer than we had anticipated, but I think we got to the right place. And thoughtful conversation, appreciate the staff work and general counsel. I'm sure you were working furiously with the team offline, so thank you for that.
Thank you for the time to get that done for you.
Remember what I said, what we do in haste, we pay for in leisure, so you take the time you need. Don't ever let us push you too fast. We can always have another meeting, we can always do whatever if we need to and get it right. Okay. Wonderful. All right. So I think that moves us up to commission discussion and votes, correct, Executive Director? All right. So let me read here. Today, we're going to be discussing the proposed policy areas that the commission will be reviewing during a fall round of regulatory amendments in response to Chapter 65 and other related policy areas. As we know, Chapter 65 has set a deadline of April 19th, 2027 to promulgate changes to our regulations in response to the new law. I'm going to turn it over now to the Executive Director and General Counsel for their presentation on these topics. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The general counsel and I will go through various parts of this and then obviously have time for any questions as well. Just a little bit of table setting for me, some particulars from the general counsel and then next steps. If we could go to the next slide, please. So this is the summary slide. I just have a couple notes prior to getting into the content of the slide itself. So I just want to point out today, July 9th is more expectation and table setting. We've obviously gotten questions after the emergency regulations, as we discussed in our public meetings, and the commissioners had clarified as well what the next steps thereafter would be for things that were not within that emergency regulation round. One of the things I want to point out is that our meeting in August, which will be August 13th, we'll bring specific timelines and begin the discussion of some of the policy questions for the board, similar to the approach that we had for the emergency reg round, where we had a meeting, posed some policy questions, and then came back with red lines. I can't say that that will be all of the policy questions posed in August. There will certainly be more going into the fall, but we will begin that process at the August 13th meeting. Additionally, for the August 13th meeting, will be helpful to give information to the public on some of the direction that we'd like to see through the board and the decisions that you make or policy guidance that you provide as we go into a planned August 25th public meeting and public hearing that will be used for two specific purposes. One is to close out the emergency reg process, which the general counsel will talk about in a moment. And then the second purpose behind that August 25th planned meeting and hearing is to take feedback on testing specifically, which is a specific requirement under Chapter 65 that will allow us to move forward efficiently into the fall reg round. Just a couple notes I would make is that these are all assumptions that we're going to talk about here today. Obviously, these are many of these questions will be at the direction of the board. And so some of these things we are planning out, but obviously, again, subject to change. With that, I will turn it over to the top part of the screen for general counsel to get into the emergency regs and the fall regs.
Thank you, Mr. Eady. So on your screen here, what you're seeing is a Gantt chart with respect to the emergency regulations that we have started the process on. I believe the goal is to develop similar Gantt charts in the future for the subsequent rounds that we'll be doing. So this is just kind of a preview of things to come here. But as you're very aware, the emergency regs were filed on June 18th. And with the Secretary's office. They are in effect now. They were published by the Secretary's office on July 3rd. And now it is up to us to go through with the rest of the process to make sure that they're promulgated properly. So in accordance with that, the public comment period on that package is currently open. It opened up on July 3rd. It's open until July 30th, which is the date of our public hearing. We will be accepting comments on the package until the close of the public hearing on the 30th. And then we will have a public meeting on August 25th, at which the package will be discussed. And assuming that we have a final action from the board on that date, we would be looking to file finalized regulations on or before August 28th with the Secretary's office. So that is the steps to come with respect to the emergency regs. And then switching over to the fall round, there's a lot of work going on here with a lot of different teams, and so excellent, cross-team collaboration here. As the ED has mentioned, in the fall, the package is going to be a very large package. There are certain elements that are statutorily required by Chapter 65, and also there are some other items that we think it's advisable to include that were discussed by the Red Tape Removal Committee. And so the issue here, though, is that everything's a priority. Everybody would like to have everything done as soon as possible and want to have their thing prioritized first. That is obviously given just bandwidth constraints and practicalities that can't be done. So there are certain things that need to be prioritized in order for us to meet our statutory deadlines and to comply with Chapter 65. So that's going to involve, some prioritization by the board and just some realization of some of the limitations that we have in terms of bandwidth and staffing and that sort of stuff.
If I can stop you for a second on that, totally get that. We have finite resource. So will you present to us kind of a list of here's the 15 things that the board has said you want to get done, and I have bandwidth for 11. And so is that coming? Is that something we're gonna have?
Yes, okay. That is coming. And what you see on the screen here is just kind of an overview of some of the topics that we think are necessary to include in the next round here in the fall.
Got it. Fair point.
For chapter 65 topics, that they include the medical program, advertising, ownership and control, as well as delivery, seeds, the anonymous online portal, and testing. And then in terms of other amendments that are not strictly required by chapter 65, but have been discussed by the Red Tape Removal Committee, and we think that we should have the bandwidth to include as well. Those include agent registration, labeling, receiverships, island transportation, notices of deficiency, and just a bunch of other technical updates that will be required as a result of passage of chapter 65. So those are just, that's a broad overview of, some of the topics that I think the idea is that we would have that are either required or make sense to be included because they've been discussed by the Red Tape Removal Committee or are kind of adjacent to things that are required by chapter 65. And I just want to add, so on the testing piece of things, there is a provision in chapter 65 that requires the commission to hold a public hearing before making changes to its testing regs. And so that the idea would be to have that on August 25th, and that would allow us to then go into testing as part of the next regulatory round. And with that, I'll turn it over to the ED to talk about the things that we need to kind of table and hopefully get to in the spring of 27.
And just a point of clarification. So all of these other dates like July 30th, et cetera, are the commissioners involved in all those? Is that mandatory, optional? Just curious.
The only thing would be on July 30th is the public hearing. Commissioners are certainly welcome to be there and interact with people as they do offer public comment. So that is entirely up to the board in terms of how they want to handle that, but that would be the only thing that would require board involvement or may involve the board to, in terms of physical presence.
Thank you.
So just more specifically, the answer is not required. Stylistically as a decision, if the board would like to be here to run it and ask questions directly during that process, that is how we'll set it up. Ultimately, there are other agencies as they run these types of hearings related to promulgation where staff will do it. And then obviously, no matter what, whether you're running it and specifically engaged during the actual event, all that information is collated by the government affairs team, the legal team, and provided to the commissioners for you all to have as a record as you go into the decision making.
Okay.
And so I'm just going to cover the bottom part of the screen here and just kind of reiterate again, General Counsel mentioned it, the chair mentioned it. What we are presenting right now as we're approaching this and getting ready for August, where we're going to get into and start, the beginning of kind of some of the policy questions in these discussions. This is subject to change. The reason that we're currently assuming what is in the fall regulatory round versus the spring round, I'll cover very high level, but we'll also discuss and will be ultimately discretion of the board. And so the things that I'll highlight here, for accounts receivable, for example, why we would have that in the later round, that is the latest date within the statute. So that is a January 2028 target date in the statute. That is the latest date mentioned by the legislature. Out of that as well, some of the things I would say more practically within that is we are currently pushing as we have worked effectively with EOTS last year to fund one tech platform. We've asked for in the budget and we'll ask for EOTS this year to allow us to upgrade our licensing system platform. That has a major overlap as we look at the language in that bill related to AR, accounts receivable. And so that is also one of the reasons there's reasons within the timelines given to us by the legislature, and there's reasons based on the amount of work that we'll be doing so that we can actually effectively have that ready to run in 2028 as well. I'll just highlight as well, we have potency listed here again. When we get into the testing discussion, where that goes with the board, that may change. I would point out here in potency, we're talking more with the language within the statute related to conversion standards. If that is all rolled into the fall package, those are things that we'll be discussing as we move forward. And, may also be directed, and you may get feedback at that August 25th public hearing as people give you feedback on those processes. For the reference lab, I'd also highlight a lot of work that's going on. We appreciate the legislature's FY27 budget. As the chair mentioned before, we're also pushing to ensure that we are in front of them for the supplemental process moving forward. Within that budget is $750,000 that is not specific to how we will have to address the need for access to a reference lab. And so all of those options, the board will be in discussions on for policy, Commissioner Wilson as the point person for lab, and most likely a sponsor of what a working group that's coming and most likely will be presented in August, would be answering some of those questions as well. So as we get the answers to those questions, some of which we're looking for clarity from the legislature on funding now and in the future, then as well, we can then tackle the regs. So that's why we're assuming that it would make more sense in the spring. Again, spring 27 is FY27, so the alignment of the timelines still work. And then for RVT, obviously RVT is a major topic that's going on through the working groups related to social consumption. A more holistic look at the regs for RVT may not be able to be prioritized in the fall, though the board may have a different direction on that assumption, but that is something that has been long discussed of how to make that more efficient for the organization and the industry. So those are some of the assumptions. Again, I'll just remind the August meeting on the 13th, we'll start to give a little bit more direction on where some of the policy discussions that we need from the board, some of those questions, potentially direction, how we envision some of these things rolling out, which will then allow, whether it be industry participants or general stakeholders to then engage that later August public hearing and meeting. And then again, just to kind of round the whole thing out, what we want to show people as well within this process, as the board mentioned, and we mentioned many times throughout the emergency reg process, there's going to be a lot of regs, right? So just to kind of reiterate in my simplest terms what the general counsel said before, it's not about if something doesn't get in the fall round, it's not a priority. At some point, the answer is the priority also is to get these changes implemented so that the industry and the organization can feel the benefits of the efficiencies intended. So at some point it will be, we need to call what the scope of the fall package will be and get it moving so that everybody can feel the benefits of it. And that doesn't mean that what needs to wait for the spring is somehow less important. But we are working off of timelines that are some of which are outside of our control. And so I just want to kind of highlight that as well. Obviously, board priorities will also dictate where we go, and we'll be having those discussions starting in August. So with that, obviously, any questions for the general counsel and I, this is intended more to obviously, we've been working with the commissioners and working through kind of priorities as well. This is more intended to keep the public up to date on where we're trending. But if there are any questions or there was anything unclear, please let us know.
Very, very helpful. Thank you. And just from my own perspective, love Gantt charts, where you lay it all out. You've got all the tasks on one side, you got the calendar. That way we all know what we're marching to. So appreciate you starting to put it in that format. I know you mentioned that, general counsel. So thank you. Any questions from the commissioners?
I have one quick question. I just see ownership and control in the fall regulatory round. I thought we did ownership and control in the emergency regs. I'm just curious what else around ownership and control has to be modified.
Good question. I think it's just there's some cleanup that may need to be done around some other things that weren't touched. Can't tell you specifically right now off the top of my head, but that's my recollection.
Great. Anything else, Executive Director?
Nope. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we'll obviously get the more details on this. This was intended to be high level, but happy to get kind of into the specifics on any of these items and look forward to getting into it in August and starting the process.
Terrific. Thank you. All right. We had alluded earlier that there would be a conversation that's led by Commissioner Wilson around, we said tier relegation, but it's actually a lot broader than that. It touches on replacing canopy-based cultivation tiers with annual production weight tiers. Really interesting conversation to have, but tier relegation is a part of that. The memo was posted online, so for those online, that is available for you to read, as we have done as well. So with that, without further ado, I think I will turn it over to Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I try to condense the memo down to a couple quick talking points. So I'm going to try to be quick. So if I leave things out, feel free for questions or anything of that nature. So as you already alluded to, we have a current system of granting cultivation licenses and tiers based on the square footage of their canopy. There's a definition of canopy in our current regulations, as well as provisions around increasing your canopy or involuntary, even though the title in the regs is not this, involuntary tier relegation based on your output. And I'll go through sort of these in turn. So number one, our current definition of canopy is ambiguous for a number of reasons. I think just from the language piece, the canopy can change as the plant grows, and the regulations acknowledge that. You only start the canopy regulations once a plant has reached a certain level, 6 inches, I believe. And then obviously that canopy can change throughout the course of its life. There's no single point of reference for our investigators or anyone to look at and determine, that's where the canopy should be referenced to if you're in violation or not of the regulation. So that's one area of ambiguity. The second one is canopy is a bad measure of production. If you look at the discussion that the previous board, or actually the first board, had around implementing this process, one of their key concerns was around controlling the amount of cannabis being produced in the state. There's research out there, which I cited some of it in the memo, that shows that there can be a threefold difference between the amount of cannabis produced in any given canopy based on lighting, different operator activities that increase or inhibit the growth of the plant. So, for example, someone that we've allowed to have a 30,000 square foot canopy can produce, in theory, as much cannabis as someone with a 90,000 square foot canopy. So in that way, it is not controlling production in the way that the original board had envisioned. And lastly, the term canopy is used when I sort of looked around the literature in horticulture and crop management, mainly as a predictive tool in a way for the individuals growing any particular crop, not just cannabis, to predict the health of their crop, to make growing or planting decisions, things of that nature. It is not used in any other industry other than cannabis in a regulatory production management fashion. So it can be a valuable tool, but we're misusing it. Second, canopy is hard to measure and enforce. I was able to find one stipulated agreement regarding MEMAT LLC, where there was a dispute. It was a stipulated decision from 2022, in which this entity was getting a license to grow. They were an outdoor grower, and I'm not going to go through all the specific facts, but they were granted a provisional license in the 70 to 80,000 square foot canopy range. They asked to be relegated 6 tiers down to a 10,000 square foot canopy. I forget which number that is, but to a much lower canopy. And they specifically said it wasn't clear to them how the canopy was going to be calculated for outdoor cultivator when they applied. They then moved forward their license under that tier. They ended up growing more than that, and they weren't allowed to increase it again, even though they just started regulation because our regulations don't allow you to change your tier until you've actually produced a crop. So they started growing. They knew they were going to be over. They hadn't actually harvested anything yet. So they asked to make a modification, and they weren't allowed to because the regulations in a Kafka-esque manner say that you can't change your tier until we know what you've produced. The other thing I point out is with regard to a weight-based system, we already collect that data. So one of the things that was included in the proposal was an attachment of what is called the harvest report. There's actually several pages to there. I included that sort of highest level mark there. And we collect data on when the crop was harvested, how much it weighs after it was dried, and how much was collected. The I&E team has, even in this process, been using the weight-based tier for the tier relegation recommendations that we've been receiving. And what they use is the, I forget which column it is, but I think it's column H. It's after the harvest has been dried and clipped and all the moisture is removed. Them using that specific number actually isn't articulated in the regulations, and there could potentially be a dispute about whether or not that's even the number intended by the regulations. So that's one. Then the other one, which I think is actually a little bit more interesting, is that so the regulation says that you can be relegated involuntarily if you sell less than 70% of your of what you produced. So we have this production number that's in weight-based, not based on the canopy number. So you could, in theory, grow a lot of canopy and only get production off of half it or whatever, but you've got this number produced. And the way they calculate what's been sold is what has been transferred from one license to another. This is something that I discovered during our conversations with the staff. And transfer from one license to another isn't necessarily sale, because one entity can have multiple licenses. You can be fully vertically integrated from cultivation down to a dispensary. They look at the total number. They don't look at whether you transferred out of ownership. And again, with all deference to staff, they're trying to work within a broken system. So they're just using, what they can. So even that itself could be up for dispute if we were actually to relegate someone involuntarily. Lastly, just some points on the weight-based system. We already collect the data. If we do intend to, as we've currently got this moratorium, do some management of the production of what's in the market, this is an actual measure of what it is we're actually looking at, how much cannabis is getting to consumers, whether we think the price is spiraling unnecessary or if we have to make any changes. It allows us to make in the state through regulation that makes more sense and can be more consistent, in the sense that we can change tiers if we find it necessary, or we can relegate individual operators depending on where they are. I want to say a piece about implementation that I want to scroll to a couple of different places in the slide deck. So on implementation, I think if we were to move forward with this type of proposal, we wouldn't want to negatively impact any of our existing licensees. They have not necessarily done anything wrong. They've just been in the system that was, and from my perspective, improperly calculated. So one of the things that we have in the packet is the last 4 quarters. That's from Q3 of last year to Q2 of this year of their production data. It goes in a specific range. Most people are below, I'd say, a good portion of our licensees are below the 5,000 kilograms per year mark, where we have actually one way at the top at like 35,000 kilograms. So we can create tiers there. We can put people in the tiers where they've already produced over the past year. And if someone is at 1,000 kilograms of the top of their tier, we can move them to the next tier. So they move them to the next tier so that they have headroom under this new system, while also giving them the option to go to a lower tier if they don't want to pay those new fees that will be under the new tier system. So that's a very quick sort of overview. I did want to, if we can scroll to, I don't know who's controlling the slides. There are 2 graphs in the presentation. I actually don't have which numbers they are.
What's on 216?
No, not that chart. There's 2 other graphs. I don't have the exact number as the agenda changes.
Does it look like?
So there are 2 graphs on one page. One is like a line that sort of curves upward. The other one is. So it should be in the board book on page. Do I actually have it up? I didn't do any slides.
So no, so it's not in the slide deck, but so the public facing packet, let me just scroll down here.
So it doesn't have a page number under I think it's page 233 on the board book.
Yeah, that does not appear to be in the public facing one, so I can ask Gov Affairs to add it.
And I just want to sort of hover here for 2 seconds, just so each of these individual dots on the first chart are actually individual cultivators, and that's showing the numbers are showing how much they produced in the previous 4 quarters. So again, most of them are under this 5,000 kilogram mark. So I actually think that we can create our tiers around the system. So moving up, creating tiers in 5,000 kilogram increments. So 5,000 would be the first tier, 10,000 would be the next, so on and so forth. And I think one of the things that this graph in particular illustrates is we have one producer that's producing between over 35,000 kilograms of cannabis. If that one producer were to be relegated, you would be affecting about 5% of the cannabis that's in the total market in Massachusetts. So it's a better way to understand and to control what is being produced. The last thing I'll say before I stop is I just want to give thanks to the staff that sort of helped me put some of this together. I've been inarticulate and maybe in talking about it. Olivia Koval, Catherine Pinkowski, Tim Gooden, Colin Soper, and the data team, they were very instrumental in understanding our current system and in suggesting this type of change.
Thank you, Commissioner. It is a really fascinating topic. I've actually spent a fair amount of time on it this week, trying to educate myself and come up to speed. Commissioner De Lobato, questions or thoughts out of the gate? You want me to jump in? What would you like?
Well, out of the gate, I appreciate this memo because I learned so much. So it was really helpful to just understand the nature of the market, just some of, our current practices, where these areas of opportunity are so that we can improve. It makes a lot of sense, in how, in just taking the information and being able to potentially explore going to a weight-based model for us. So I really enjoyed learning and taking all of this information in. And for me, I'd say this is definitely something, and I've said this before, right? As we're looking about growth, as we're looking towards the evolvement of the industry and making sure that we remain competitive, I think this is part of the industry that does need to be, like many others, right? That does need to be revisited so that we are modernizing practices, that we are exploring best practices, et cetera. So that's it for now.
Just add for the public that was following along, just to make sure, if you're on the public facing packet, the memo that Commissioner Wilson just gave the summary on starts on page 141.
141. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I agree. I was actually had to read it several times because there's a lot in there, but it's very helpful, and it had me exploring and going off and trying to understand just my simple research on what's happening in other states and everything else. So I think, let me just start with, I think there's merit. There's merit with this. I actually had a conversation last evening with the founding board chair, Steve Hoffman, and I asked his opinion about why did we go with canopy versus another approach like weight-based. And he said, that was simple. He said, at the time, there were 3 other states, Washington, Oregon, and Colorado, and they were moving down this path. And we looked at it. We didn't copy what they had, but we thought it was a good approach and kind of put it to bed. And I said, well, what do you think about a weight-based approach? And he said pretty much what I just said. He goes, probably has merit, but you need to look at it. He said, you need to understand, I think, I forget the exact words, something about what are the unintended consequences. So, the number one thing is, what problem are you solving from a policy perspective? Because that's what we do here. Who's being hurt? And then ultimately who can be benefit from this change? I thought that was a really, really good question. And it's funny, I have probably 50 questions, but the number one thing I think is, again, what problem are we solving? And I know you have a whole section on, here's the problem. But when I go through there's areas that I do have pushback. So for example, 2 cultivators hold identical tier licenses, can produce vastly different quantities of cannabis. true, depending on the strain, genetics, cultivation technique, lighting intensity, plant density, and harvest frequency. My example on that is what I thought was, well, why would we want to penalize innovation? If someone can do it better than someone else. I don't know, but I guess that's my number one thing, which is what problem are we solving and who's been hurt? Because clearly, if we've learned over the last years, and you have more experience in industry than I think myself for sure. I won't speak for Commissioner Delabato, but we want to bring that in. But that's the fundamental question I ask. And then there's a whole bunch of nested questions about how do we make sure we're comfortable around this? What are the consequences? How does it align with our policy objectives, et cetera? But
Can I add that?
yeah,
Add that? Well, one of the things, Ellie, with the question that you're posing, Chair, on, what's our objective with this? When I read this, or when I read this, and even just our recent, conversation and meeting on the freeze of cultivation of micro businesses and stuff. Unless I'm completely out of left field right now and not understanding this fully, I understand this as a much more accurate way to measure and control supply. And it allows us to be much more finite on knowing exactly how much is going out from cultivators. And, good, bad, or indifferent from a regulatory perspective. I know we want to know how much, once final products are, at the point of being ready to be weighed, then moving into the rest of that supply chain. At least that's the perspective that I took, and what I took from it is it'll allow us to be just more finite in understanding exactly how much product is being cultivated, and in a much more accurate way, just for all the reasons shared on just how canopy is used, and in the benefits from that perspective, moving into a weight-based model. Yeah, so I do think that it's something for us to look at. I would be really interested to hear from our cultivators. I think we have, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we have like 120 something out there. So their feedback, I think, is important. I particularly really enjoy, even like how we filed the emergency regs and we're getting, public feedback. I think that type, at least for me, I would really like to hear directly from our licensees and operators who would be the one impacted by this.
that's a really good point. Getting some of that feedback
Yeah.
from those that, if we made this change, it's a pretty big change. I mean, if, we've been cannabis-based all along and we move toward weight, which is more precise, and you made a really good, argument in the memo. I mean, what other industries are regulated in that regard? In our world, is alcohol, you would go down the list? No. But again, those that are living it every day, and what problem, are they genuinely being hurt by this today? And that's the part I couldn't pull out. I couldn't understand, because if they're being hurt by this, of course, we want to be able to react and plan. So it's kind of like what problem are we solving? Who's being hurt today? Who's going to benefit? I mean, one of the nested questions I have is, what are the impacts on the equity businesses? And I know you had a little section in there saying, well, this actually could benefit them. And I'll take that, but I think I'd like to pull that thread and just make sure. So we've been talking a bunch. Why don't,
No, all really great
Yeah.
questions and comments, and this is why I try to put it in a thoughtful document that we
Which you
can have a
did.
discussion about,
Yeah.
which I want to be clear about, the staff was instrumental in helping to shape that and make it be coherent. So I may have missed
Yeah, that's
checking my notes. So as I understood, so how would licensees be impacted? I think a move to a system like this would, how we do it would be the biggest determinant of how licensees are impacted. I would be suggesting a way in which we do it, in which for current licensees, their production would not be impacted. We've got more than a decade of data on how much each licensee has produced. I looked at the past 4 quarters, last 12 months. And so we know that they produce within this range. As long as we give them enough headroom within any particular tier, they're probably not gonna bump up against it. So that's number one. Number two on who is harmed. So, and I probably, again, I probably stated it in a way that probably wasn't that clear. One of the documents that I sort of got into conversations around creating this was a stipulated agreement from 2022 for NEMAT LLC, which is an outdoor cultivator.
Yeah.
You can see that they struggled a lot in figuring out what tier they should be in because they were trying to do this canopy-based system. And one of the things that is very much lacking from our canopy-based system is how we determine what the canopy is. If you read the stipulated agreement, the inspector from I&E used one method and came up with one number. They disputed it with another method. There is not a method for measuring, again, what's canopy? It's flowering plant. There's no agreed upon way that we put in regulations around how to measure your canopy. And even coming off of that, there was no agreed upon. The regs were not changed to clarify how you even tell what the canopy is. And remember, the canopy is a living, growing, changing thing over time. So it's hurting our applicants. And in fact, I think when I read through one of the renewals, you'll see that one of the cultivators actually did a change in canopy, and it isn't as fully articulated, but you can tell that they just weren't sure what tier they should be in because they don't know, because it's hard to understand. But the canopy is not something that you look at right now. You've got to plant it, and then you would watch how your plants grow, and that would determine the canopy level. And it's also hurting, honestly, our investigators and our I&E team. They also don't have the clarity on what the canopy should be or how they should do it. We haven't provided any guidance to them. They're doing their best to figure it out. They're doing their best with the harvest report and using that to determine, oh, did you transfer less or more than 70%? I think that if you really dug into that, you'd find that by our current definition, everyone is below a 70% transfer or sale. And so that's one of the reasons why we haven't even been able to do a relegation. And I wouldn't be comfortable moving forward with one under the current system. So those are sort of the harms that I currently see. Who it helps our I&E staff. It gives them a hard number to look at a fixed date and time. It helps the cultivators to know exactly what they can produce, and it's a hard number. They know they're going to produce a certain amount of cannabis to be sold. And honestly, it helps us with the market. When we are granting a new cultivation license, we can say, you know what, we've got years and years of trend based on the prices, based on how much is in the market. And if we allow someone to produce, let's say, another 5,000 kilograms, we can generally expect how this might affect the prices or how this might affect the market. And we can make ourselves as a board more informed decisions. So those are, I welcome more questions, but that's sort of my thinking.
And I was just going to say, I like that a model like this would allow us to forecast the environment, right? Like when we're looking at trends, it allows for some of that, like that hard number that we are able to assess and really evaluate and forecast, because we have to, and we should do that.
When I think about the questions that I was left with, that was the big one. What problem are we solving? Who's hurt today in the current system? Who potentially benefits? But if I had a list of questions that I wish I had a genie that could tell us this, but maybe we can do some research in this regard, or these listening sessions from the existing cultivators to get their feedback. So I've talked about the problem we're solving, and there's a whole bunch of things. I mean, there's licensing delays. There's, you were pulling the thread before on like layout in different plans and different things. Okay. Economic impact. Try to understand that a little bit more. If we believe that there would be a significant economic impact, what would this do to market concentration? What does it do to multi-state operators versus independent cultivators, social equity businesses, et cetera? I already mentioned the impact on social equity and economic empowerment in particular. Is there any? And again, I know you have a hypothesis. This is a good thing for them. Okay. Licensing fees. You do allude to that in there as well, that would require a major revision. Okay. have to look at that. I mean, there's money that comes to us, there's money that comes out of their pockets, everything else. So, how do we do that? What does this do to our oversight? And the thing I was very positively encouraged was that we already have this specific metric in metric. We have that, so that's good. But as an old systems guy, just because you have one piece of data doesn't mean you get the reports and everything else you want. As I look at our CIO, Chief Innovation and Information Officer. So I'd just like to understand, what does that mean? What does that on the ground mean? You mentioned inspections, it's good for I&E. What does that mean for them? Environmental compliance, energy, et cetera. So you can see I just started to get a lot of questions. And so if I had my magic wand at this point, it would be, okay, this is really interesting hypothesis. I think it absolutely merits us taking it to the next level. How do we answer those questions ourselves, and how do we gather the third party input so that we can formulate the right package to move forward with? And those are my questions, and I'm throwing it out, and if Executive Director wants to jump in and or commissioners, that's fine.
Certainly. So I'm just going to zoom out a little bit here. So obviously, one of the things that we've done here, one of the assignments for this topic, which is tier relegation, which was earlier on the agenda, is under Commissioner Wilson. So I had asked him to kind of jump right into that when he onboarded, knowing it was going to be on this agenda. And in order to have this in front of you in advance of today, we put this in the public facing packet in advance for transparency reasons under open meeting law, which allows you to kind of think about your thoughts, but not necessarily pose your questions to Commissioner Wilson prior to us being an open meeting, which is what we're doing. So for one thing, it sounds like you've got some questions that you'd like answered, and I think they're all reasonable questions that, certainly I know Commissioner Wilson and I have discussed some of them. So what I would say now that we are discussing in an open meeting, to share those questions, and we can put together as much as we can with the information already readily available, identify what we may need to put together from there. And see how close we are. And so I think that would be kind of my suggestion to your questions now that we've had the discussion in public meeting, that we can take those questions now and make sure that whatever.
One thought, not to interrupt you. By the way, I forgot. Tier relegation, I think we're all pretty aligned on this. I mean, we addressed that in that license renewal. We said automatic reduction, with organization for a variety of reasons it didn't hit their production level. I don't think any one of us supported that. So I think the tier relegation one is much more straightforward.
Right. So
to discuss, so we can nail that.
But I guess I would, sorry, Mr. Chair, I guess I would just, one of the reasons why a proposal like this comes forward is what if you read the sort of suggested motions, it would be to delete tier relegation and the rules around moving up in a tier. So our current regulations, you also cannot move up in a tier unless you meet certain thresholds. Whether we move forward on a tier relegation or not, I'm sorry, whether we move forward on a reg change or not, I'm sorry, on a tier relegation or not, those regulations would still be there. They would still be combed over by our applicants, stressed out by them.
Yeah.
And,
we could address that as a one-off. I'm not suggesting we do that, but the tier relegation, which is of the motions you've suggested, number one in there, that one we can address. I think, and when we're ready, we can get to it. Of the 6 things you put forth, there were 3 that I have 0 issue with, and 3 I'm like, I feel like we're getting a little over our ski tips until we get to answer some more of these questions. My opinion, and I'm happy to go through each of those individually, but ED.
Thank you. So my next point here was kind of the short, medium, long term, right? So I think in some of these that you may have questions on, and some of the questions I was able to kind of answer because some of these things have been discussed in the past. It was a request for what do other states do. We presented that information actually a year ago. It was July 10th, 2025. It is in that package on page 125 of the July 10, 2025 public meeting. It covers California, Colorado, Connecticut, Illinois, Maine, Montana, New Jersey, New York, Rhode Island, and Vermont. And that was presented by Director Enos a year ago. So I was able to provide some of that information. With your new questions, I think we can also then look at how many of those things can be addressed in short order or how many may require additional development of some of that material. But in the short term versus medium term, I think you just identified one of the things, which was why it had to be at least discussed in some context today, which is the tier relegation. So right now, the motion from this board was that the executive director will do, if everything is in order, renewals, but I will pull out things that are not fully in order. So I'm pulling out from that renewal process something that is below 70% per the calculation that Commissioner Wilson went through. In doing that, if the will of this board is not necessarily to engage on the current calculation based on the current reg, well, then that would be good to know, and we won't necessarily take those steps, which then will bog you down in your public meetings and impact the licensees that will get pulled out of that renewal process that's done ministerially by the executive director. So that's a short-term question. And to be perfectly honest with you, to your point, you may have some questions. You're a new board. The previous board, we've had, since I've been here, 3 discussions on tier relegation. So this is a topic that has been discussed but not resolved. So again, I think in the medium to long term, what Commissioner Wilson here is providing is a holistic response to something that with our current reg has not been resolved by the previous board. So I would say that as well. And then also some of the questions that I heard you pose today that I think now within this context we can take and put into the fold are also some of the medium to long-term items, which is in addition to resolving the reg, there are operational changes that would come with the proposal. And Commissioner Wilson highlights many of those, and some of those have to do with how systems would work within metrics. Some of those have to do with the SOPs that we operate under, and a number of changes that would need to be happening. So I think that, again, looking at tier relegation, the short-term question is really how do you want us to approach the current regulation? You all had what was a unanimous decision earlier today on that specific question. And then in the medium to long-term, policy questions about this proposal or what else you may be needing to engage on this discussion would be helpful so that we can refine that information and bring it back. And on some of these as well, direction for, prioritizing an approach. I think as well, it came up, but I just want to highlight as well, we have had many tier relegations. And I can think of at least 5 off the top of my head since I've been here that are all just self-directed. They are the request of the licensee.
Voluntary.
We have determined based on our new business model that we will be operating in tier 3 rather than tier 5. Why would we want to pay tier 5 fee? And that, I think in any of these scenarios and contemplated within Commissioner Wilson's suggested motions on page 149 of the public facing packet, contemplates the fact that even if we were to quote unquote delete the current reg, which doesn't seem to be working, we would want to still allow in a short to medium term scenario that somebody can self-regulate through our process. So just wanted to highlight those topics, just again, in the interest of the public, because I know this isn't a slide. The memo from Commissioner Wilson starts on page 141. The graphs that Commissioner Wilson referenced are on page 165. I apologize. They were after some of the other items in there, and the motions are on page 149. And so I think by providing kind of some of the other jurisdictions and how they approach tier relegation, that answered some of the questions I got from commissioners leading into the meeting. Again, can't deliberate outside of this setting. So now with these questions, I think just kind of any direction on short, medium, long term would be helpful.
I have some thoughts here. I'm going to work backwards from long, medium, short. I think long term, this is something we definitely need to look at. Like we need to look at the regs, we need to update the regs, we need to make sure it's best practice. We're looking at the future, we're looking at expansion. So a model that was enacted over 10 years ago or 10 years ago, a decade later will look different, right? And that's with any industry. We got to be able to do that, especially when we're looking at ag and all that. So I do think in the long term, we need to do that. I want to be really mindful with just the amount of work that Chapter 65 has, like for all of us, and not to call out our legal team, but like the legal team really is all in on that. And this would be another major, major project. And I just wouldn't feel good putting that on the team. I just wouldn't right now. And because we just have other, in my opinion, just some other priorities that are a little bit more, that are more pressing that we have to get through. And that even includes, major updates to medical, major updates to social consumption and the implementation of that. So there's just so much that's happening. And I want to be very mindful of that. So And I do think that perhaps we can put this in the long-term docket. So maybe it's in this time next year in the summer. So like after the spring, we start, maybe, I don't know if that's too long from now and based on your opinions. That's where I kind of sit with that at the moment. And also because I want to be able, I would highly recommend that we consider third-party engagement in this. I would really like to hear from cultivators, on how this would be beneficial or how perhaps this wouldn't be, or I don't know, there's something else that they want to add that perhaps can create some other innovative approach that we're not even thinking about. So I just want us to be very thoughtful
Yeah.
and strategic in how we do this. And in the short term, I do feel very comfortable having the executive director just move forward with the renewal license process as we've done with others. And, flag things if,
Yeah.
as needed, but
Go ahead.
Yeah, just 2 quick points. So, yeah, there are six motions, maybe. Yeah, I think that's it. So there are dates in there for things that, would be expected from legal. I think that it totally makes sense if you wanted to extend those or create a different time. None of the motions commit us to any regulatory change. They just get the information before us that we could then vote on to actually make the reg change. And then, for an organization like us, a reg change requires public input. So there would be public input, there would be a hearing in which we would hear from people potentially impacted. And after that, we could roll back the regulation. So I hear everybody, and I think that there's something we could work out. And I think a lot of those things are addressed under our existing process.
Yeah, but if I'm reading the motions now, we go a little further though. I mean, we definitely assume we're going in this direction, which I feel good about this direction, but again, I have questions. So I don't know that I'd be comfortable. As I mentioned, we can go through each of the motions that you have proposed here. Again, 3 of them are fine. 3 of them, I just feel like I don't have enough information. And I think I am generally concerned as well. Chapter 65, that is our priority. That is, the legislature and the administration, the governor set forth, you've got to get this done, and they put us on some tight deadlines. But I do think this is intriguing. And if it's a good thing and it's going to help industry and help those that we serve, I support it. But I just want to answer some of these questions. So I don't know if it's next summer or if it can be next spring, depending on what we make, or whenever. Answer the questions, kind of like what I was saying before, like, okay, if we suspend for 90 days, but if they can get it done in 28 days, great, then they're in business. That's fine. We could put a target out there, but I really would just like to get more comfortable with some of the questions, as opposed to this really kind of assumes that we're going in that direction. It's a great hypothesis. I just don't feel like I have all the answers yet on some of these things and the questions I threw out there already. So getting some of the input, yes, we do have public hearings when we're changing the regs, but even in to shape them, I'd love to get their input. I mean, are we off base? Are we going down the right path or not? Again, you've worked in industry, so you've worked with some of these cultivators. Maybe they're giving you good feedback and input on this. I think it'd be good to broaden it out a little bit. Have we talked to any of the social equity cultivators out there? Have we talked to a broad base geographically across the Commonwealth, indoor, outdoor, et cetera? I don't know. I literally don't. So just getting some of that input.
can I make a
Yeah.
recommendation on this? I mean, how opposed would we be to have a working group, where you're bringing in, third-party folks, some people on the team, obviously Commissioner Wilson you are the sponsor for this. So, so just having some of that started, as a way, because we clearly we're interested. And I think there is merit for us to look at. I just want us to be mindful of timeline.
Yeah.
With,
Chapter 65.
yep, I really want us to be mindful of that.
So throw back to you too, Commissioner. Talk about, again, you have more experience in industry. Are you hearing this from cultivators out there? Are they saying this would help us? this is a very good and positive step, and we really want you to try to move forward. Is that something you're hearing on your round trips? And
What I'm hearing from cultivators and operators generally is that they want us to do tier relegation. They have, again, seen a sharp decline in the price, or I guess you could say value of their product. And they want us to be taking steps to address that.
but they want us.
When I looked into it, I would be concerned about, they really want us to do it. I'd be concerned about moving in that direction because of the way the system currently exists. And the hope would be that if we were to make the appropriate change, we could then have a more thoughtful discussion about how to address market pricing. There could be a question that's deeply asked, should we even fully engage with that? And if we engage with that, how? I don't think our current, this is kind of like a foundational principle. I don't think that we've got the strongest foundation to even go down this path. So that's, when I go out, that's right here. People are concerned about losing their business. They put a lot of time and money into it. They want us to exercise some control of the market. I personally would feel concerned about exercising it based on what we currently got.
So the feedback you're getting is they like tier relegation, but they like it in the context of production, not canopy.
No, they haven't, they want tier relegation, and they can only look at the current regulations that exist. The people that I've talked to around particularly changing our weight measure I've honestly been very similar to the conversation we're having on the board, like, oh, that's interesting. We hadn't really thought of it that way. It's in some ways changing it to the weight-based tiers is more beneficial for us to do our job that they're asking for, or to maybe push back and say, maybe we don't want to exercise the type of marketing control you're asking for. So to me, this is a foundational concept before you get to something that's meaty and exciting that people outside of this room will really care about, which is, it really is. It's all about controlling the price of the product
Right.
out there. So,
And that's where like the precision comes through, where it allows to have a very precise process, a very precise operation, which then gives us the information that we need in order to make these decisions, right? If we need to pull back on supply, if we have to, make any of those decisions. Not that we have to do that right now, but that's what I'm saying. I can see the value in having much more precise information, which allows us to control the market much, with that same level of precision.
And it does speak to my number 5, sustainability, which is market sustainability. So what are we recommending at this point? How do we get them more information?
well, I mean, we can have, I recommend we go through the motions I propose. We can vote them up or down, doesn't matter to me, or we can modify them.
Yep.
If there's other motions, again, I'm on board. I understand that this is I'm going a whole new direction. So I totally get some of the caution. But we vote them up or down, or we defer them or whatever.
Or modify?
Yeah, it's all, I think it's all up to the board.
Can I just offer one suggestion? I know we've talked about a few things, but we've also talked about balancing bandwidth. So we have in the past done things like an informal comment period, right? Put it out there, let people feedback. That obviously then staff has to collate all of those things, which we're going to be doing through numerous other sessions. So while I think that is a viable option theoretically to efficiently move to what you're looking for, which is feedback on the proposal, which is online and is available to the public. Another thought there, rather than the informal comment period, would be to run this proposal and ask for feedback from specific groups within a period of time. Specifically, my initial thoughts would be MCC, EON, and MCBA, which represent a good number of businesses. And so by asking them to look at it through their membership, the other thing I'll point out, for good or bad, I don't have a personal opinion on it. The new legislation did remove our CAB, which I know you had participated on, Mr. Chair, from the beginning. And this is certainly a topic that we've in the past kind of said, would you please provide us, whether it be a subgroup of the CAB or the CAB itself? And so without that, this might just be another way to do that. My only thought is, again, a couple date ranges here. I think in the terms of efficiency, if it is direct feedback you're looking for, that might be the quickest way to accomplish the widest net from an industry perspective. If there's other stakeholders, I'm happy to work on that as well. And then in that regard, the questions that you've posed, the lenses that we've put on the equity question, Eon would have the expertise as well to weigh in on that. It may not be the only voice we want to hear, but would certainly hit on that. Might be a good way to balance the bandwidth question for staff as we're working on Chapter 65, get immediate feedback to move the questions along. If you have questions on these motions that may come up too, I'd like to hear feedback on, that might be the quickest way that we could get that feedback. So just a thought.
I like that. So say that again, informal comment period. So there's kind of you just put it out there and see if anything comes in versus the proactive reach out to whatever groups we feel are appropriate.
Right. So in the past, we put a package out of something and basically said between this period and this period, please provide us your comments. We'll collate them all and provide them to the board. Did that on testing package 1, essentially. And obviously the feedback we were looking for was ITLs, but we threw it out to anybody who wanted to comment on it as a product for the board to consider. And then there was the changeover. So that information will be available to you when we get to that. In this regard, I'm saying just solicit, basically saying we are looking for these types of questions being posed. The board is looking for feedback on a proposal that was posed in a public meeting. And if your membership could get together and provide that feedback in a reasonable date range, then we will then take it up at that point. And if any of that feedback, maybe the Commissioner Wilson wants to amend the proposal to consider any of those things, or say, this is now could we be back within the proposal.
So could we do both? I mean, if we had the industry associations reach out to them proactively and then post it and say for the next 30 days, we're accepting comments. Yeah.
Surely.
Tell me if you think that's inefficient or if it's too much work or whatever. Feel free to push back. We know there's constraints.
I just think if we're doing it, then I was trying to come up with a scenario that addressed the bandwidth concern, which I agree with, obviously. And that these industry groups that work with a lot of the licensees that you're looking for the feedback on.
I personally like that approach. I really like the industry. I mean, they are the voice of, that's why these organizations belong there. So I think that'd be great. And then it'd be incumbent upon them to reach out to their members, make sure they're hearing from them. I love that idea.
And that might just, as you go through the motions, that might be part of any direction. I'm happy to go that route and work with Commissioner Wilson to get that accomplished.
Okay. So summarizing, unless there's other thoughts, I'm hearing there's a lot of merit here. We think we want to explore this. We've got concerns about bandwidth. With Chapter 65, I had some specific concerns around consequences, unintended or otherwise, and then the feedback. I mean, I think that's all we're here, and then we can start to move forward. So if that's the case, we can run through the motions and see what we're comfortable with at this point, and providing some direction to staff. Does that make sense? Yes? No?
Yeah, makes sense to me. Cool. I
Yeah.
don't know if, Mr. Chair, if it makes sense for, in Commissioner Diablo, you haven't sort of chimed in here. I think you said there were 3 that you're fine with, 3 that you're.
Yeah.
Maybe we do those 3 first.
Which the 3 that I was fine with?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
If
Happy
maybe
to do that.
those are-
By the way, just because I'm fine and he
Yeah.
put them forth, doesn't mean you have to
Yeah, exactly.
accept.
Exactly.
So the first one was number 1. If we're okay, I'm going to do it that way. So the first one was that the executive director, under the delegated authority to renew license applications, shall flag for the commissioners any cultivation license renewal application that is below 70% of the existing tier relegation calculation per existing regulations, but shall not remove said license renewal application from the executive director's renewal checklist on the basis of the 70% calculation alone. I'm very comfortable with that. I think we've already acted on that earlier today. So are there questions on that? No? All right. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second,
All right. Roll call. Commissioner Wilson.
Yes.
Commissioner Delavada.
yes.
Chair Harding, yes. Pass. All right. The second one I thought was fine as well. That the executive director direct the legal department to draft modifications to 935 CMR 500 and 935 CMR 501 consistent with this memorandum for consideration. And that's the key word that I was opting on in this by the commission at its September 2026 meeting. Now, bandwidth is probably going to be the only concern, but I was fine with that for our consideration. Any discussion you want to have on that?
I mean,
Yeah, I'd be curious about the timing.
I would like to hear from General Counsel on that.
Thank you. Yes. I will say meeting that target will be difficult, given the fact that we'll be rolling into the fall regulatory round, which will be, as we talked about, a pretty heavy lift. So I would be looking to push that out.
What would be reasonable from your estimate?
I'm thinking maybe toward the end of the year.
So if we said December meeting, gives you another 3 months.
Yeah, maybe make it January, just,
All right, commissioners?
I'll be fine with that.
So said,
I mean, I personally would push that even further, but
well,
I
by the
will
way,
compromise.
depending on where we are, let's be very clear. We'll see what we learn through the summer and into the fall. And if we need more time, we know what the priorities are right now, chapter 65. I think we're all in agreement that we have to accomplish that. And if for whatever reason we're having bandwidth constraints, we can always address that. 100%. Okay, so we'll say a target of January 2026 meeting. Okay, so with that, the only thing changing.
just January 27.
Or sorry.
Yeah.
Good call. There we go. Thank you. So the only thing that we're changing is the date. So I will read this, that the executive director direct the legal department to draft modifications to 935 CMR 500, 935 CMR 501, consistent with this memorandum for consideration by the commission at its January 2027 meeting. Motion?
So moved.
Second?
Hi,
All right, roll call. Commissioner Wilson?
Yes.
And Commissioner Delavato?
yes.
Chair Harding, yes, so moved. All right. And the third one that seemed fine to me was number 5. That the legal department draft a penalty section imposing appropriate fines on licensees that produce more cannabis than their tier permits for the board's review by the September 26th board meeting. So now I think we're gonna we will say that date will move. We'll ask general counsel for his input. My only question on this one was, does that exist today? And I guess I'm going to ask, who am I asking? ED, GC? Is there a schedule there? Or is this brand new? We're coming up with this.
As I look at, I don't know if there's a schedule.
It was just my own clarification. I mean, I still think it's fine. Myself, I think the key question would be the date, unless Commissioner Delavato, if you have any other questions on this.
Can I, Mr. Chair, just add a little context on that one? And I don't remember how it's articulated in the memo, so I just want to say, if this motion passes, the penalty is not meant to be onerous. It's merely meant to subtract the value of the excess cannabis that's produced, if, assuming we went to a weight-based tier. So if you could produce 10,000 and you produced 11,000, the intent is that the value of the 1,000 over be subtracted, not that they're subject to some exorbitant penalty. So just context.
Thank you. Commissioner Delavato.
Just to confirm, we don't have current fines for licensees that are producing less or more currently.
I would just, and I guess it could be circulated, but we have a stipulated agreement for a cultivator that was producing over in the canopy system. And in the stipulated agreement, there are a number of fines and other penalties in there. So people who, my understanding, again, I can be corrected by staff. My understanding is that if you go beyond your tier currently, you are subjected to certain penalties.
I think the question, the main question, I think you're repeating, Commissioner, is there a schedule, a standard schedule, or was that crap?
I defer to staff. I don't believe so.
So the answer is Commissioner Wilson provided the example, which is also in the packet related to his memorandum, which is that, we have taken action in the past against a licensee for cultivating over canopy, and it's based on the fine that worked out through that stipulated agreement, not based on a fine schedule itself.
So they just determined that, they came up with that. That was my question. No, I think that was yours as well. Because this is going to create a schedule. I think that's what it's saying, so that there's kind of a standard approach. So, any other questions on that? Then I will have to ask you about the date as well. Yeah.
So because we don't have a set standard, that's just going to require more research. And I think just analysis of the market and perhaps others who are doing that. So I would recommend that this one is pushed further back just because of timing. Because this would be something new for us if we're looking at creating a standard schedule of fees.
Leading the witness. You're up, GC.
Thank you, and I appreciate being led. I think that makes a lot of sense, and you know, as I'm thinking about the motion vote that you just took, you know, this is going to be a very big lift, no matter what. This one and even the last motion. And as I think about this, you know, we're going to be going from emergency regs straight into the fall round. That is going to take quite a lot of time. It's going to take us right into the winter and, you know, even into the spring. I might even recommend that we push this to the spring and the last one as well. I'm trying to be mindful of what we can deliver, and I don't want to overpromise, but I understand that it's.
Yeah, let me just say clearly, we're catching you on the fly here. I'm asking you for estimates. We fully understand if you need to go back and evaluate and come back with a recommendation on dates here, we want to hear that. If we need to modify, we can do a motion to modify. Not a problem. If we're all in consensus. We don't want to overburden the staff. We know what the primary priority is. You know, it's kind of like, well, that's 1 and this is 1A and we'll have a 1B and a 1C. It's not like it's 6 or 9. So you will have room. We're not going to, you know, make you sign in blood today, GC.
Appreciate that.
Well, we're catching you and, you know, on the fly here, so it wouldn't be fair.
I think in that regard, I would keep them tied together, and if we have to reassess, we reassess them together, only because
Yeah.
I think that ultimately we would want all of that as one
Got it.
package.
Sure, that's reasonable.
Is everyone, are you comfortable with that? That if we need to modify, staff comes back and says, we're out of Schlitz. We need more time.
I'm just saying, out of Schlitz.
Never heard that?
I have. It's been a while.
A new one every month.
I have a lot of those. You'll hear, for those of you out there, you're gonna hear a lot in the coming months here. Okay, all right. So how about we go with, we comfortable with January 27 to be confirmed by staff? All right, so I'll read this one. That the legal department draft a penalty section imposing appropriate fines on licensees that produce more cannabis than their tier permits for the board's review at the January 2027 meeting. All right, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second,
Aye.
roll call, Commissioner Wilson,
Yes.
Commissioner Delabato,
Yes.
Chair Harding, yes, so moved. All right, so let me get to the ones that I had some concern with, and maybe you can allay my fears. So the third, if we backtrack, said that the sections of the regulations defining the processes for tier expansion and tier relegation be deleted within the next round of regulatory promulgation, with the exception of licensees requesting voluntary relegation or expansion. The only reason I push back on that is that to me says we've made a decision. We're done. We're doing this. I mean, that's the way it felt to me. And I just felt like we just had more information we were trying to look for.
I can add just a quick comment here. So, we have a current section on tier on the person asking to move to the next tier. And I guess I want to be sort of clear here is they can't even come to the board to say, hey, we want to go to the next tier unless they've reached a certain threshold of their current tier, which again, the tier system doesn't make sense. So whether we change the tiers or not, these sections on tier expansion or tier relegation are still negatively impacting operators. So these are, you know, I'll defer to General Counsel, but these would be not a heavy lift in that they're just deletions of just the existing whole section. They're not, you don't have to look over all over the regs for them. I think that even if we deleted them, the board still retains the ability to grant or deny a relegation or expansion as requested by an operator.
Okay.
But you know, I'll defer to the General Counsel and to staff.
You see?
Yes, thank you. That is correct. I mean, if it's a matter of just deleting, that is not as heavy a lift as coming up with language, new language. And so
Okay.
From that perspective, yeah, I do agree with that.
Just for the record, that I changed my perspective. I'm okay with that, but Commissioner Delabato, are you okay with that?
I'm okay with. Well, the one question I have, Commissioner Wilson, you said, I think we still have the decision making. So I want to confirm that we do in fact, like this does not change if we delete these section, that it doesn't change our oversight and create looseness or gray areas when it comes to these decisions when licensees are requesting voluntary regulation or expansion.
To that, I would say you would be deleting previously established language that you did talk to this. And so it would create a more of a free-flowing scenario, if you will, a less constrained scenario.
So we would not be aware of it?
Not to cut you off, Mr. I just want to be clear. We currently don't have any language in the regulations around voluntary tier expansions or relegations. The language here is, well, it's an involuntary tier relegation language. And the tier expansion language says you can come and ask us for one only if you're producing at a certain level. So again, correct me if I'm wrong, but if we were to delete the tier expansion section, it would say you could still request an expansion, but you don't have to have reached a certain level. You can just come to the board and say, I want it, here's why, and the board can make that decision. That was my understanding. But again, I want to.
So then we would still be aware.
With that caveat, I think yes. Yeah, I think we can work with that.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner?
Yes,
Okay.
I just don't want blanket deletion.
Yeah.
Where we put ourselves in a situation where we are trying to, clean something up that was not intended.
If I can add, there, Inspector of Investigations Pinkowski has indicated that voluntary relegations and expansions do not go before the board. So that has been the process, up till now. So if that's the question, then it wouldn't change. So
Would you have concerns with, either of you have concerns if someone said, I want to go down a tier? Do we have a concern about that?
I wouldn't have a concern about someone wanting to move down a tier.
Right.
I guess I'm a little surprised to hear that the board doesn't know about that. Maybe just, I don't know if we necessarily need to decide on it. I'd be great to get an update, but it's not anything that's.
I could just clarify. So the process right now was delegated under many of the previous delegations that have been from the beginning of time, so to speak, of the CCC. And so it's generally been, this has been approved and an update for the board that we had, again, I think I can think of 5 at least in my 15 months of individuals who've asked to relegate and have been approved based on those delegated authorities. And then it's an update to the board. In terms of expansion, I think happy to kind of talk that through and look at that process, especially given kind of the feedback from the board today.
So I have no problem if someone wants to relegate themselves down voluntarily. I have no issue. I mean, that's their business decision. But I do believe that we should be aware on people that want to go up.
But to Commissioner Wilson's point, I would not be able to, under the current delegated authorities and everything else, be able to entertain that without the 85% threshold that Commissioner Wilson's referencing. So that ultimately would need to be contemplated in erasing. How would that work without the language?
Okay.
So those are the types of things that we would need to work through. But again, to the question on bandwidth and those types of things, in this motion, as opposed to creating something new, erasing, but as the motion indicates, preserving the path forward for self-relegation and a request to expand that can be maintained through this. That's the intent of the motion as I understood it. And so that would be what you would see through what you would be brought into this particular motion.
You answered my question. Are you comfortable, Commissioner Delabato? Any other questions on that? So what I'm hearing, you want to go down, they can do that. You want to go up, it'll still be in the rules.
And so and so I'm understanding this, the deletion of this allows for that to happen? Because right now, going down, there in the process, like this wouldn't change that.
Correct. So
So it's more, so we're really talking about the expand, we want to create a much more seamless process for a licensee that wants to move up in their tier and expand.
well, I guess I do want to be candid. So the tier relegation section of the provision is just involuntary, saying the commission decided that you should go down.
Right.
So we would be, so if we deleted that section, we would be taking that authority away from ourselves, which I'm comfortable with. Others may or may not be, but so that's on the tier expansion piece. It sets a threshold, stop that a person can't get over to even ask for it unless you produced at a certain level at your current tier. Again, I'm comfortable with removing that and saying, hey, ask for whatever you want to ask for it. But like I said, that's, everybody's got to take their position.
So for the involuntary, while I agree, I personally believe that like for relegation, a business owner should have their own, like they should have their own decision on whether they want to do that. However, not that this is happening or anything like that, if in the case there is something that requires us to make an involuntary relegation decision, by deleting this, we're saying we will not have that authority. And that's something I'm not comfortable with that. I do think that we should have.
The current regulations are framed as a may. So there, there may be a tier relegation, and then there's a bunch of factors that are listed. If you take that out, then yes, you remove that ability that you've given to yourselves.
Yeah, and that I think we should, in worst case scenario, okay, worst case scenario, there's someone that's going rogue and we need to step in as the regulatory authority. And
Well,
we need to involuntary regulate because of, whatever reasons.
well, I guess I hear what you're saying. The way it's structured, it's not someone going rogue. You're within your tier or whatever, and we are deciding to move you down. And the elements of that include you not being, include how much you sell. So it's not that the person's going rogue. It actually is penalizing them for not producing enough or not basically being, I guess, one way you could say it's not being a productive or successful business. That's the way our tier relegation regulation operates. It's not a penalty for doing something wrong. It's based on the numbers we see, we don't think that you're being successful, and then we can optionally relegate you. As I sort of articulated before, I don't think we even have the way it's structured now. It wouldn't be a rational decision for the board to make, and I think that someone could have a lot of challenges in that case if we were. That's my opinion. I'm not the lawyer for the board, so I hear you. I'm not saying that's not invalid. I would say those would be the things that I think may push against that perspective.
So I hear
Say the
that.
scenario that you're concerned about again, because I was there and then you got me questioning, but I think I'm still there, but what's the scenario you're worried about?
So the way I see involuntary relegation, it should be a method that we use that very much feels like a penalty, right? And I mean, it is, right, it's punitive, it's specific. So the way it's written, because it's a may, do we need to look at the various reasons? And those are the things that we need to update that eliminate, this percentage threshold that specifically highlight the things that are punitive worthy. I don't know, right? So it seems like the percentage that we have or that's currently listed is one that just seems unreasonable. I agree with that. I think it's, it makes business hard. However, it feels risky to not have a some form of control if needed for other reasons that are punitive. So that's mainly where I'm coming from. And I think, so maybe it's the areas that are listed, like, I don't have the regs in front of me, but it's, the list that describes why or how or when involuntary relegation would be used. Perhaps that is what we need to look at.
Can we, we're going back and forth, this is a good conversation. Can we work this one offline? Because I think we're close, but we got to get into the details. So work with staff
Table it.
offline to maybe have this one come up in the next meeting as a motion, potentially.
I think what I would say is this one, you gave me, again, the short, medium, long term here. I have the short term. We are going to not be pulling out of renewal packages anything similar to the one we had on the agenda earlier today. So that's the direction of the board. I'm all set there. I think the commissioner will, for this motion is more saying, well, if we're not doing it, then why should it be in there? And also, obviously, the long term then is to replace it with the proposal that he has. So I guess my short answer would be, I have what I need in the short term to say that you don't want me to be pulling those out. I'll flag them for you so you see them. But that, as of right now, we're not necessarily enforcing this language by pulling them out of the renewal packages if everything else is in order. And then I guess in that regard is the question as we get into the fall round, right? If the timeline that you've laid out here is that this conversation, the long-term conversation comes after the fall round, is within that fall round, do you want to take the opportunity to remove the language in there? Because we can certainly do that from a bandwidth perspective in this fall round, but you'll have that opportunity. If you're not ready to do that today, then the question will come up theoretically in that fall round, and you'll be able to make that determination.
So my read, let me simplify, is Commissioner Delabato is not comfortable. I do not want to put her in a position where she doesn't feel comfortable. So I would prefer to kick this one down the road until, and I instruct staff to work with Commissioner Delabato on this and see if she gets comfortable or not. And we can talk about tweaking the wording, et cetera.
Mr. Chair, my motion would be to table this until the next meeting.
And this,
Yeah.
yeah, I think that makes sense. So do we have to take a motion on that or we just table it? No, tabled. There we go. Okay, that's good. Good. And by the way, no, this is all very helpful. I know it's like we're navigating through some stuff where there's a lot of complexity in here and deleting things where we've had authority potentially. Yeah, it's something we need to be very thoughtful about. So I get it, 100%. That's fine. All right. The next one felt like a bridge too far a little bit to me. I'm just saying. So the legal department review the regulations to remove the use of the term canopy and replace it with weight-based. So I could read the whole thing, but that was my fundamental. It's like, whoa, we made the decision. And I don't think I'm there yet till we answer some of the other questions. So my point of view is I think it's fine once we answer the questions from my perspective, but discussion.
I agree. I think this one is just too premature based on the information that we're going to need later. So my recommendation is to just table this one, not pull it off. Because it's going to be relevant down the road, but just to table this until we have more information.
Yeah, that was my point. So
I have no objection.
okay, so we'll table that one. And the next one we had already passed. So the last one, that upon the passage of revised regulations, the licensing schedule will be modified to reflect the weight-based licensing. So again, it just felt a little premature. It's very appropriate, but it just feels a little premature to me, similar to the last one we just tabled. So I would recommend tabling this one too.
I have no objection.
Table. Look at that. I do want to note something here. Commissioner Wilson, you put a lot of work into this with staff. Thank you. We couldn't have had this robust conversation without that work. And I really think you're going in the right direction. I genuinely do. But I do think we just need to be thoughtful about answering some of these questions. And again, you heard me say it, what we do in haste, we pay for in leisure. So I just need to be comfortable myself, just like Commissioner Delabato needs to be comfortable on some of these things too. Perfectly fine. And there will be times you are the same way. You want to be comfortable with certain things. So I really appreciate the approach and the collegial nature that we've approached this. So
Mr. Chair, I appreciate the conversation, and it's You know, as a person, you work on it for weeks. And so people come into it with fresh eyes and have fresh perspective. So I appreciate it. And don't encourage me too much. I have a lot of things I'm looking at.
No. That's why we're here. You know, it's interesting, just to go a little bit off script. Part of the new law, I have a bit of a different role than the former board chair, and the executive director and I have been working that through. But I have told him in no uncertain terms, once we are both comfortable that we have the right org design, the right people in the right chairs, and we're operating the way we need to, the executive director is going to be running day-to-day operations. And I'm very comfortable because I would much prefer to spend most of my time on policy-related issues with this board. So the quicker we can get there, better I think we're all going to be. But appreciate the collaborative nature. I think that's the end of our formal agenda. We went a little bit long, but we'll own that because we had to get things right in our motion earlier. So appreciate that. Unless there's anything else, Executive Director, have I missed? So really appreciate everyone hanging in there. Here we are in the summer. For those that are online, hopefully you didn't listen to all 4 hours and 20 some minutes of this, even with the quiet time, and that you get a little bit of downtime and some vacation with loved ones out there. And I say that to the board as well as members of our staff. We're in that silly season now, July and August in particular. So hopefully everyone gets a chance to enjoy. Thank you, and motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
We're out of here. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate you. That's really.